Call to order and roll call in about 30 seconds. Good morning and welcome. As we call to order the final Community and Public Services Committee of this term of council, August 25th, 2021. I will do a roll call. Councillor Nickel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Zadek.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
And good morning. It's good to hear all of your voices. And we are also joined this morning by Councillor Esslinger.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. Wonderful. Well, I will begin with a very brief land acknowledgement. Edmonton, of course, is located on Treaty 6 territory, traditional homelands of the Cree, the Dene, the Nakota Sioux, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, and more recently, the Métis, the Inuit, and even more recently than that, all of the people who have come to this place to call it home. And that is very apropos on this day as we discuss some of these very important issues. So I will ask for a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved. And I just don't know if there are additions.
That's right.
There's two additions to the agenda today for committee, 6.1, the Edmonton Arts Council, and 6.4, Peace Officer Statistics.
That's what I'm moving.
Wonderful. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Councillor Knack, while I got you, do you mind moving the approval of the minutes?
Absolutely. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the August 11th, 2021 Community and Public Services Committee meeting.
Thank you. There's no debate. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you, and that is carried unanimously. Okay, so I was not made aware of any protocol items, so we will move directly into selecting items for debate. And that is now open. And Councillor Knack, well, I got you. If you have any, that would be the time.
Yes, I will select items because I know we have speakers, and there we are. Well, I'll let Councillor Nichols select 6.3. So I'll select, I think we have speakers on 6.7. And we also want to select, which item is that? There it is, 6.6, the food waste and insecurity reports. And I'll leave the other two, I think Castle Downs and emergency, to the other two members of council or the committee.
Yes, Councillor Paquette, I'll take item 6.3, please.
6.3, you got it.
And I'll be pleased to take 6.2.
6.2. Okay. And I will select 6.1 and 6.4.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, I do have a quick question on item 5.1.
And 5.1, okay. You have got it. Okay, so almost a full house. Please vote.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we need a mover on all other items.
So
Oh, yeah,
moved.
sorry, go ahead. Yep,
So moved.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. Madam Clerk, if you would be so kind.
Thank you. This morning, Community and Public Services Committee has passed the following items without debate. Item 5.2, Designated Driver Services Options, revised due date March 2022. Item 5.3, Air Conditioners, Possible Tools to Minimize Nuisance Conditions, revised due date second quarter 2022. Item 5.4, Assisted Transportation Plan of Action, revised due date to be determined. And item 5.5, Youth Opioid Strategies and Youth Mental Health Survey Results, revised due date to be determined. And the recommendation in the following report has passed. Item 6.5, All Season Adventure Activity Park Concept Plan.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so we do have, as mentioned, some requests to speak. So I've got the list in front of me, so I'll go ahead and move the recommendation that the Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers and panels when appropriate on item 6.2, Castle Downs Partnership Opportunity, Kent Bittorf and Nick Parkinson, both from the YMCA of Northern Alberta. On item 6.3, Emergency Shelter Standards and Operating Requirements, we've got Jordan Reiniger, Holly Ma, Dan Eckel, and Gary St. Armand from the Boyle Street Community Services, Chinatown Area Business Association, and Bissell Center. And then on item 6.7, State of Immigration and Settlement in Edmonton Annual Report, we've got Marco Luciano from Migrante, Alberta, Hansa Talishvar from the Edmonton Multicultural Coalition to answer questions only, Gamalil Daniel, who is remote, and Aftab Khan to answer questions only, Omar Yaqub from the Islamic Family and Social Services Association to answer questions only, and Jawamar Jalal, Multicultural Health Brokers Cooperative. And those would be the speakers. So if I could, I will move that, and please vote to hear from these speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Now we have requests for time specific on the agenda. And so I will just read those out for first item of business. 6.7, State of Immigration Settlement in Edmonton. Time specific at 11 a.m., Food Waste and Insecurity Report. And at 1:30 p.m., item 6.3, Emergency Shelter Standards and Operating Requirements. If there's no debate on that, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Okay, moving right along. I was not made aware of any councillor inquiries. And so we are ready to move on, but before we do, I'll have to read the public speaker information so we can just jump right in after questions on 5.1. So for each item, administration may provide opening remarks or a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own, and I actually very much do recommend that. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet, as it creates issues of decorum and may provide you with an unfair advantage. Additionally, remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and definitely unmute it when it is your turn. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. And in the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions. To evacuate, calmly exit using the lower level doors to the left and right. Make your way down the stairs to the main floor and exit the building into the North Breezeway, and city staff will direct you to your muster point in such an event. Okay, now moving on, we have questions on 5.1 from Councillor Knack.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to get, I know that this report is going to be a status update, but essentially I know the community's been working hard to try to get in everything. So I just wanted to get a sense of where we are at from a city perspective. Are we waiting on anything from the Community League at this point, or is it now going in through our process?
Councillor, you're well aware that, yes, the folks in our neighborhood area are working with community. I don't have that level of detail, but certainly over the course of the meeting, we'll try to send you a quick note to let you know that's status. And certainly our work engaging our colleagues in other departments is part of that process. I don't know, Roger or David, do you guys have any other additional information?
Sure, Councillor, it's Roger Jevney here. My understanding is we're still working through the business case with the group, working through some of the conditions of the lease prior to coming back to council. The lease would be more than 10 years, so it would require council approval as well as removal of the municipal reserve designation. So there's a few things that we're still working with the group on before we bring that back to council.
Okay. Just on the removal of the MR, my understanding, and again, I know there was two parts to this, that my understanding is that, and I don't know how much time we have left, but we were trying to see if there was a way to get it at the last public hearing, just to make sure that wasn't a barrier to fundraising efforts and anything like that. But I understand we were waiting on them to make sure they provided one last piece of information before we tried to advance it to that public hearing, I think on September 7th. And so, again, if you don't know the answer right at this moment, just wanted to double check where that is. If they did everything they needed to do in order for us to try to hit that timeline, or if we're still waiting for something from them.
Because my understanding is we're not in a position to bring it forward for the September 7th public hearing.
Okay. And it'd just be nice to know, and again, it doesn't have to be right here. It can be just sent as a quick update if that was because we were still waiting on them, or if that was something that was an issue on our end. Because I understood, my understanding as about a month and a half ago is that if they had submitted everything that they needed to, we would have been able to find a way to get it onto the September 7th public hearing. So I just want to make sure that my hope is that it wasn't us that if we can't get it there, that it was us that might have missed that date. So again, doesn't need the answer right now. I just wanted to flag that as a question that maybe we can get an update on later. So with that said, Mr. Chair, I'll move the revised due date.
All right, thank you. If there's no debate, please vote.
We have the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Okay. Now moving on to our first item of business. That would be item 6.7, State of Immigration Settlement in Edmonton. I understand there's a presentation available, and then afterwards we will hear from speakers.
There is, Mr. Chair. I would first like to introduce our delegation on this item. These are individuals from the community who have provided and continue to provide outstanding leadership on this report and in the immigration and settlement area. These individuals are Ms. Yvonne Chu, Multicultural Health Brokers Co-op, Mr. Cam McDonald from Right at Home Housing, Ms. Verna Kane, New Canadian Health Center, Ms. Susan Morrissey from the Edmonton Social Planning Council, and Ms. Naga Jalal from the Kurdish Community and Syrian Refugee Center. These individuals are in chambers with us this morning. We also have from our Social Development Branch, Jackie Ford, Branch Manager, and Mike Chow, our Director of Social Identity and Social Inclusion, are also with us in chambers. So today we are pleased to present the inaugural State of Immigration and Settlement in Edmonton Annual Report, as well as an update on the work with the Multicultural Health Brokers Co-op and other stakeholders in exploring housing for refugees. The report represents a step in an ongoing journey of many stakeholders, partners, and most importantly, community members who have come from all over the world to make Edmonton their new home. This journey is one that looks to building upon work of the past and build a foundation for what we as a collective community wish to achieve as we grow into a future metropolis that is global in reach and at the same time more inclusive and connected. I'll now turn the rest of the presentation over to our partners, and following the public speakers, we'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have. So I believe Yvonne is taking the lead here now.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Yeah, good morning, everyone. I feel a little bit awkward for not actually seeing everyone's faces. So first of all, I truly feel honored to join you all this morning. It's a really exciting moment that we're going to present the first of a series of 5 annual reports on the state of settlement and immigration. And of course, I have to thank Mike Chow, my co-chair, and his team, who had helped us along the way this first year, and definitely the beloved community members who were part of the steering committee. And as Rob mentioned earlier today, I'm actually joined by 4 esteemed colleagues, Ms. Susan Morrissey from Edmonton Social Planning Council, my beloved colleague Niga Jalal, who's a community worker and advocate, and Mr. Cam McDonald, who's the Executive Director of Right at Home Housing Society, and Dr. Vera Kane, who's the current board chair of the New Canadian Health Center. So everyone, I would be a little bit personal this morning because those who know me, that I'm an extreme introvert, and I really like to speak briefly and with my heart. But this morning, because I carry really the responsibility to bring the true messages from the community. So if you allow me, I will speak for about 10 minutes with my speaking notes. So that's not quite me, but this is coming from the hearts of the community. But before we begin, I would love to share with you all a short video clip that we produced just a few short weeks ago, inviting 3 key community leaders to speak about the impact of the report on them. So City Clerk, could you please cue in and share the video with everyone, please? As you can see from the video, you'll be hearing the hearts of the community members.
This report is very unique in the sense that it captures the complexity of human experience. Quite often, research and data is very two-dimensional, but this report is very multi-dimensional. So I see it as a tool that can inform a lot about things that are in our blind spots that are very essential for policy making and for ensuring that people have dignity.
This report helps us, to explain and how the family in Edmonton are living, and try to as well make understand the community and the system, to understand deeply in their humanity, how they live with their children, how they live with their wives, and how they can have, acquire their aspirations when they come to Canada.
When I look at the report, I feel like we have an opportunity to look at root causes of why people sometimes experience vulnerabilities. I think about social capital, I think about human capital, I think about financial capital. I think about opportunities for education, skills enhancement, engagement in faith-based communities. You know, we have these capacities in Edmonton. We're really fortunate, and I want to see us build strength around that.
I hope City Council sees that human beings are very complex, and that's often we don't see the unsaid dimensions that are very essential for creating human dignity and for ensuring that people can succeed.
I think that there's a lot of opportunity for Edmontonians. I think there's a lot of opportunity for our economy in Alberta now that we're thinking about diversification, we're thinking about post-COVID, and I think we need to be hopeful for our people, for our communities.
I want to see successful families. I want to see the next generation to be productive and children with bright future and hope.
The biggest thing is for us all to recognize that we are human beings first and foremost, and be able to connect at that human level and be able to empathize and work with one another to co-create dignity for all of us.
I would like the City Council to understand how our community are living here, but still, they are hopeful. They are still hopeful.
I would like to say thank you. Thank you to City Council. Thank you to all of the civil society leaders in Edmonton. Thank you to all the people that gave input into the report. And thank you to the families for sharing their stories. Because it is only when we work together, when we listen to each other, and when we try to be innovative that we can come up with the solutions that Edmontonians deserve.
Thank you for watching this short video. May I begin my 10-minute sharing? We are here today at a time when City Council and its committees have been hearing from Edmontonians on a number of significant social and community issues, and all related to our work on this report that we share with you today. And just 2 weeks ago, you have heard clearly from End Poverty Edmonton that poverty in Edmonton is about the working poor in our community. It's about the minimum wage workers in our food industry and hospitality industry. We know the majority of the working poor are newcomers and racialized people, and we know that they were already struggling with chronic poverty and systemic barriers before the pandemic, and they have been among the hardest hit during COVID. But it is within this stark reality that today's Belonging Report, our first annual report, offers a very positive vision for a population-focused and upstream approach. And we believe that we can tackle the chronic and persistent inequities experienced by migrants through the power of communities and the city working together. I myself immigrated to Canada, to Edmonton, when I was 16 from Hong Kong, and I devoted the last 30 years to building bridges between formal systems and our ethnocultural communities. I truly feel that this report echoes my story and the story of so many, and it addresses the core problem facing Edmonton today, which is unfortunately the fundamental lack of true understanding and engagement of this population described in this report. City Clerk, may we have the first slide up, please? What we will be seeing in this first slide is actually a reminder that this population we call migrants and newcomers, they make up a quarter of our overall population, roughly 300,000. And come 2036, 15 short years from now, 50% of Edmontonian will likely be a migrant or child of a migrant. This population of people, as you know, is a source of expertise, strengths, and cultural wealth. Yet this group of Edmontonians is often not fully heard from, nor asked to be part of decision-making tables in the fullest sense. And so This is our hope that today's report highlights that in the city, we can no longer afford to keep this population somewhat invisible and not fully engaged. May we look at the second slide, please, City Clerk? Can you move to the second slide? Thank you. This report entitled Belonging, the story of resiliency and dignity for newcomer, is rich with illustrative stories of lived realities. Through the stories of lived experience, we can gain a deep understanding in some of the systemic and structural barriers that migrants face. We can truly see the need to shift the paradigm of vulnerable communities to a place of co-creation of solutions together with the city. Migrants of the present and the past are city builders and tremendously resilient and carry such assets of potential. They are agents of local development, bringing value to our economy and the cultural fabric of our community. Over this first year, the report actually was reflecting the involvement of community members and partners, so it was ensuring a community-driven report. And so, as you can see, in the slide, we highlighted the key concepts that are very much about celebrating our community, the community cultural wealth, and the multidimensionality of our migrant citizens. Can we look at slide 3, please, City Clerk? So this is the slide on the cultural wealth that our community carry. We have more than aspirational capital. We have cultural capital, linguistic capital, as well as resistant capital, being proud of our identity yet contributing to society. So may we look at the next slide, please? Here, everyone, we wanted to highlight to you in our report, we have actually 3 foundational evidence-based concepts to help us shift the way we look at this population. It includes social capital, as I mentioned, community cultural wealth, and of course the idea of multidimensional immigrants with strengths and resiliency. And in fact, in a recent U of A research paper released nationally this month from Edmonton, highlights the importance of some key concepts that the report highlight. For example, that Egerton Strang, a social scientist, had emphasized that the 3 types of social capital that would be needed to ensure social inclusion is bonding, bridging, and linking. And that these are very fundamental. They are the connective tissue between public outcomes of good health, education, employment, and housing with the core concept of citizenry. And so, the research really highlighted during COVID these important ways that smart public policy can be developed through engaging the strengths of communities and active participation. Out of the 7, aside from the 3 anchoring concepts, we have 7 very important, actionable, transformative priorities. The steering committee that Mike and I co-chair believes that this report has what it takes to spark and power a shift in understanding, in language, and even in terms of system transformation of how migrants are seen and authentically engaged. And let's look at the 7 transformative priorities our report has serviced. These actions will spearhead change and advance social inclusion for Edmontonians. The need for richer local and current data, the gap in emerging possibilities when it comes to a collective voice for migrants, the critical need for new approaches for innovative ideas involving business and newcomer entrepreneurship, and of course, finally, seeing migrants as city builders and making visible the invisible in our midst. All 7 are important, but may I draw everyone's attention to 2 of them. Priority 3, people-informed policy. As we know, good policy is informed by those with lived experience, those impacted and can advance meaningful systems change. People are the place to start, and it's time for the city to reach out to us, newcomers and migrants, who must help shape the future of a more equitable Edmonton. Of course, priority 7 is what I really feel we should highlight, cities advancing equity. I must say the city is at the front lines every day when it comes to social inclusion and building a city where newcomers and migrants call home. So policy and programs are key tools to support equity and a strong sense of belonging. And actually, Council has shown leadership in advancing inclusion, such as the city plan, the new economic action plan, and the recent equity lens on the zoning bylaws renewal. Our report highlights a number of city policy that need attention and renewal. One of the city's formal settlement policy, C529 from 2007, it's time to update it using an equity and inclusion lens to bring fresh language and framing to this foundational policy. It will then provide the essential policy framework needed to generate more cohesive and coordinated strategic actions, internal and external to the city. Those of us who are from the community, both migrants and community advocates, we are really ready and able and willing to collaborate. So in summary, we hope, as the co-chair of this very important initiative and report, that City Councillor and Edmontonians will all get to read this first report and begin to use the stories and ideas presented in this first report. I hope the report can't just sit on the shelf or on a website, that we really get to use it to shift hearts and minds and spark the change we all yearn for. And so the city can reimagine the structures and policy to advance equity, but cities do its best work alongside diverse residents who bring insight, energy, and lived experiences to the people. So this is where I'm going to end my 10-minute formal sharing, and I would really want to invite my colleagues to now present. Okay? So I'm just going to say share, which is my mother tongue for thank you, everyone. So may I now invite Niga and Susan, two of my steering committee members, to share the perspectives on the report. And so shall we just leave the slide on for Niga and then Susan to speak? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Yvonne. Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Niga Jalal. I came to Canada as a refugee when I was 13 years old from Kurdistan. And soon after my arrival, I have worked in many capacities to support migrants in the city. I have been in this room many times before, and every time I prepare to speak to council, naturally a bit of nervousness takes over me. But then I remember all of the incredible work we have done in this very room. It is a place where, thanks to you, we came one step closer to address housing barriers faced by newcomers. But on a very personal level, in this very room, my father was honored as the first writer in exile, and I remember how grateful my family was to be able to contribute our own cultural wealth to this city who celebrated and honored it. We were very fortunate to be an example of what sorts of differences can be made when we recognize migrants with their vast talents and skills. And so today I'm here to speak about item 1, migrants as city makers, and item 3, people-informed policy. I believe the city can play a huge role in getting to know migrants in a deeper and engaging ways to change and influence policy and narrative about us. I can think of so many migrants that I have met in our communities who are viewed from a single perspective of just a newcomer or a refugee in the midst of the cultural wealth and knowledge we bring to the city. I think of our seniors who have never gone to school but have magical ways of telling their stories and poetries, but are now here isolated in their homes, yearning to be heard, yearning to tell their stories. I can think of the parents that I meet almost every day that have fascinating farming skills that help sustain communities before migrating, but are now here struggling to pay rent. Our doctors, our lawyers, our engineers, whose hopes for a better life has led them to the city, and their path to employment seems like a distant dream. Our wonderful and talented youth who at a very young age can already speak 3 different languages, but face barriers to success and true recognition of cultural wealth. We are here, and this is our home, and we ask the city to create spaces to hear from us, to know us, both our strengths and challenges, build more relationship with migrant communities for mutual learning, action, and positive change. This report is an example of how we can elevate the voices of migrants. The next step is to include those voices in the decision-making process. The lived experience stories gathered for the CIS report highlight this gap, and as always with community partners, the city can do more to catalyze, encourage, and lead work to change the frame of thinking and action. And so today, I respectfully ask the city to reflect on how their current public engagement efforts are truly reaching deeply into our communities, those who are directly impacted by city policies and programs. And second, to review the city public engagement strategy and plan from an intercultural and equity lens by removing barriers and making it human-centric. We don't expect the city to take this step alone. We are kindly and from a place of companionship offering to be collaborators. Thank you very much, and I will follow Yvonne and say Zor Spaz and Kurdish, which also means thank you.
Thanks, Niga. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the State of Immigration and Settlement Report. I'm honored to be a member of the advisory committee working on this project, which started back in 2019. I'm also the executive director of the Edmonton Social Planning Council, which is a social research and analysis organization with deep, deep roots in Edmonton. For over 80 years, ESPC's role has been to encourage the adoption of equitable social policy through collecting and analyzing data, supporting the work of other organizations striving to improve people's lives in our community, and educating the public about social issues that impact all of us. Our vision is for a community in which all people are full and valued participants. I've actually decided to deviate from discussing data as it relates to the many systemic issues that create barriers to newcomers in our community. The CIS report does a great job of clearly showing, using data and stories, how some individuals and families are not being afforded the same opportunities, the opportunity for a good life. On a personal level, my grandparents on my mother's side immigrated to Canada in the early 1890s from their homeland of the Ukraine. With the promise of a better life, through hard work, they set out to build their home, literally, work their farmland, and eventually raise their 9 children. Times were very tough, and they built their homes from scratch, with neighbors helping neighbors. Fast forward to the present, the newcomers we see coming to our community, often out of choice, but not always, are coming for the same reason: the aspiration of a better life for themselves and their families. Our report describes the roadblocks and obstacles that stand in their way of being fully valued, actively contributing members of our community, of feeling a sense of belonging. The balance of my comments today will focus on priority number 5, the need for richer data to make better decisions. As you have heard from many speakers over the past few months, that collecting and using accurately representative race-based data will lead us to better decision-making and effective priorities and policies. We see a role for the City of Edmonton to champion and support the collection and sharing of both quantitative and qualitative local data in partnership with the immigrant community. And we see this as deliberate acts of inclusion, as well as to ensure that we definitely get it right. I understand that the city has announced the end of our local census, with the last one taking place in 2019. I find this very troubling news because using national census data does not allow for a real-time snapshot of our local community, of our growing newcomer community. The Edmonton Social Planning Council has made it a priority to look at new approaches to address the gap of understanding when it comes to data, especially as it relates to newcomers. Through recent blog posts, our quarterly newsletter that focused an entire edition on race and equity, and a special report entitled Confronting Racism with Data: Why Canada Needs Disaggregated Race-Based Data, we are working to reinforce the message that accurate race-based data needs to be collected and used to make informed policy decisions. I'm just going to do a very quick quote from the ESPC report. History has shown that race-based data can be used to uphold racist systems and discriminatory practices. But data can also help to dismantle that. Data collection strategies are woefully inadequate for current needs in the areas such as health, justice, and education. The limited data that is available does not provide adequate evidence to support targeted policy change and interventions. Race-based data is crucial to develop effective anti-racism frameworks and to understand the diverse intersectional needs of racialized communities in Canada. I commend the City of Edmonton for having the foresight to direct City administration to provide an annual report on settlement and immigration. I respectfully encourage the committee to receive this report and presentation as a starting point to set in motion the policies, procedures, and practices to open the doors and create possibilities for people, to help them to realize their potential. I believe it's in everyone's best interest to find ways to work with the immigrant community so that everyone thrives. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan and Niga. Everyone, next I would like to briefly introduce Cam and Vera. They're going to present on the second component of our efforts here. So everyone, one issue mentioned in the first report and deeply impacting the families in this population is chronic and severe housing insecurity tied to poverty. A recent local rapid survey conducted by a group of settlement organizations revealed that 94% of migrant families are paying 30% or more of their income on rent or mortgage, with 62% paying 50% or more. Actually, back in October 2019, our colleague Niga brought this reality to the Executive Committee. It led to a resolution for the city's housing team to work alongside the Multicultural Health Brokers Cooperative with two key community organization partners on an innovative refugee and newcomer housing model. This innovative community-driven project is an inspiring example how newcomers can help shape a new model of housing, health, and wellness. The project proposal is the attachment number 2 of our report. It involves wraparound support, deep engagement of migrants in the process, and the embedding of a newcomer health care center on site. And so, as you see, this is where we can have health and housing interconnected and both critical to wellness and success. Cam and Vera, who are the two partner organizations, are here to update you on the progress of this exciting project. So first of all, I'd like to introduce you all to someone who's the council is very familiar with, Mr. Cam McDonald. He's the Executive Director of the Right at Home Society, Housing Society. Thank you, Cam.
Thank you, Yvonne. Good morning, everyone. I'd just like to start to say that it's been a real privilege to have been part of the advisory committee of this excellent report, and even more excited to talk about how housing and related supports and community development are tied together in order to make our city even better. So anyway, I'll get started here. I won't be speaking for very long, just a few minutes, I think. As the Executive Director of the Right at Home Housing Society, I'm very fortunate to be able to lead a community-based not-for-profit organization that's been developing and operating affordable housing for just about 40 years now in our community. I think what's really important to say is that housing just doesn't stand alone by itself, and we value community development, and we see housing as a necessary component in good community development and the associated positive outcomes that come with that. I think furthermore, we value collaborative, innovative housing developments, providing homes to low and moderate income households, including many who require additional supports to enhance their opportunities for more full community participation and overall well-being in our community. Again, I say it's been a privilege and in this case, to have been asked by the multicultural health brokers and other stakeholders to work together to create a new and exciting mixed-use housing development in our community. I think we can truly help bring this project to fruition because we have experience building and operating projects that provide homes to new Canadians and new Edmontonians. I think a case in point is our innovative project in North Glenora and our response to the Syrian arrivals a few years ago. And all of that and that knowledge and experience and working with partners has helped us lay the groundwork and understanding of how important it is to create something that allows people to flourish in their community, and how we can be part of helping break down the barriers that prevent all Edmontonians from having decent, affordable housing, living well and safely in their communities, and how we can celebrate diversity and uniqueness of peoples in our city. We have had some initial contact with city administration discussing potential land opportunities, and also the fact that we can match some seed funds, so to speak, so we can help move this project to the point of having things like a solid site plan and more definite pricing, and find a project that will fit in with the overarching community plans and operating models that will be sustainable. At Right at Home Housing, we have had success securing available funding and financing, and we believe in working together with the city and the multicultural health brokers and other stakeholders involved that we can develop a really good housing option in our city, one that will be highly valued and high demand, and that we can emulate in other communities, all with a view to becoming an even more compassionate and inclusive city. Thank you.
Thank you, Cam. And now may we have Dr. Very Kane, who is a nursing professor at the U of A and the inaugural chair of Edmonton New Canadians Health Centre, speak.
Thank you so much, Yvonne, for the introduction, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak. It is really a privilege to both report on two things. One, on the New Canadians Health Centre, which is a non-for-profit organization working very collaborative with immigrant settlement agencies to provide actually care for refugee populations using a community health center model. And we're only days away from opening. We had come to you when the New Canadians Clinic several years ago was closed due to a withdrawal of funding from Alberta Health, and we've worked for the last several years diligently to reestablish funding through Alberta Health and Alberta Health Services, and we can now open the doors. So we are excited, and it was in part through the lobbying efforts of the city that we got the ears of the minister at that time and were able to move that forward. At the same time, we realized that it was very important to find an actual home and a location for the community health center in the future because of the anticipated growth, as Yvonne reported on, of the immigrant and newcomer population within Edmonton. And so when we heard about the housing model, we worked very closely with Cam and Yvonne and others together to actually say, here's an amazing and wonderful opportunity to actually co-locate a community health center within a housing model. And so this is really critical to us because we believe it will address the social determinants of health, and it will show a commitment to health equity and social justice from a really different vantage point. We know that housing is central to health and well-being through a range of pathways. Health and well-being also depend on the accessibility of meaningful, timely, and relevant services. Health and housing are a two-way street. It does not mean you can only provide one or the other. There is a very robust body of literature that points to supportive housing efficacy, especially related to promoting housing stability, enhanced supportive housing models. But when we link supportive housing with community health providers, we show even stronger outcomes, particularly around improving health status for those who receive services. It is imperative that housing and health programs are integrated, that they are because they are fundamentally interconnected. This can only be achieved if the city recognizes the role of housing in health and vice versa. There is a need for more coordinated development of housing that is closer to healthcare services, and we actually propose that it must be co-located. In relation to refugee health, it means that there needs to be an enhanced capacity to address the complex social determinants of health and well-being, because we must consider pre- and post-migration factors when addressing housing needs and health needs. The care has to be structured around values and relationships, not systems, as well as it requires solutions that are flexible and community developed. And this is very exciting to us because our development of the new community health center has in fact been community driven, and our model is around community ownership of the health center. And I think this is a critical aspect. So what the co-location really does, it fills a void in easily accessible and meaningful healthcare that is developed by, for, and with refugee populations. And this means that we work very closely together. And I think emphasizes some of what the report also says, how critical the voices of the community are in any development efforts. In short, offering on-site healthcare and housing development makes a great deal of sense. And we can see it in the CIS report that housing is so closely linked to newcomer needs and the desire to co-create. So what we are proposing is to work together with, as an example of city-community partnership on a forward-thinking initiative that builds inclusion and community in very concrete ways. So the development of the proposed housing development and the community health center emphasize that community partnerships are at the heart of their work. The focus is on community building and engaging people with lived experience. So we're not just talking about a traditional clinic model, but really looking at the wholeness of someone's life. This will further the social bonds and social bridges within the city, as well as build capacity for civic engagement. There's very limited existing literature in this area, but that speaks to that the city could be at the forefront of something exciting, leading edge, and innovative. This could put the city on the map, both within Canada and globally. We need projects like this desperately. We have explored the Blatchford site with city administration, and as you can see in this particular slide, it offers a number of advantage points, both around accessibility to transit, being located in a community that we believe will be welcoming. We've had conversations with Councillor Esslinger, and it is well aligned philosophically with how Blatchford is supposed to be designed and developed. And so it offers great opportunity. It is also a site within the current location that is already heavily used by immigrants and refugee populations. So it offers also the possibilities to provide physical spaces like gardens, playgrounds, and other things that we hope are part of the housing development that will welcome community that surrounds the actual housing for refugees. So again, we're interested in building communities beyond just the confines of the housing model. And we believe that the community health center model can play a critical role in this. The proposed project, if you could please move to the next slide, is based upon a development with 30 townhomes, 4 to 6 bedrooms, and 30 apartments, 2 to 4 bedrooms, and an outdoor play and garden space. At this point, we estimate that the land will be about 1.2 hectares that will meet the needs of this kind of development. What we hope by showing you this slide is not to say that we're anywhere close to having finalized this, but to help you see the possibilities of this kind of model, and that the city can be part of a project that builds the right conditions for social inclusion and actively engages building communities and working towards greater equity. We would like to thank the Council for their initial direction to City Administration to work with us on this and to take the lead on this unique project. But we also would like to ask for a motion that it be considered by Council to request administration to explore the development of an unfunded capital profile, and that it be developed with the site location of Blatchford in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vera. I think that completes the delegation's presentation. Thank you for listening to us.
Well, thank you for that. It was very informative and much appreciated. We will now move on to our speakers. And I did notice that we have a couple changes, and I don't think we need to vote on them. Marco Luciano will no longer be speaking, but Aftab Khan would now like to speak. So things remain the same, but the chairs have shuffled a little bit. So we will first hear from Hansa Talishvar. You have 5 minutes.
Namaste.
Oh, that was to answer questions only. I should read my own notes.
I am-
We'll now move to Gamalil Daniel, and my apologies for that.
Mr. Chairman, I am registered to speak.
Oh, you are registered to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so not to answer questions only.
No.
Okay, well, perfect. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Namaste, everyone. I am Hansa Taleshwar, board member of the Edmonton Multicultural Coalition and former mayor of Cold Lake. Mine is a story of lived experience. My husband and I arrived in Canada in 1968. First lived in Montreal, where we had a wonderful Scottish neighbor family who became our close friend, extended family, and support system in the new country. When our son was 9 months old, my husband lost his job in the aerospace industry. We moved to Cold Lake for a new job in mid-December and experienced the first prairie winter. We settled in and got involved in the community in Cold Lake. When my son was in kindergarten, I read about lack of supplies in our schools so parents got together to find solutions. As I and my good friend, who was our driving force, became more involved, our trustee friend encouraged us to run for the school board. My immediate response was, no way. I'm petrified of public speaking. But he told us that Cold Lake is a small town, most likely no forum, an election by acclamation. With these assurances, I agreed. As it turned out, there were 7 candidates for 4 positions, and there was a forum. Nervous as I was, I did fine. As the votes were counted, my husband said, don't be disappointed if you're not elected, as most people can't pronounce your last name. I was elected and my public life began. Served for 9 years as trustee, 4 years as a municipal councillor, and mayor for 10 years. Cold Lake population is made up of military, civilians who work for DND, oil industry employees and contractors, and indigenous people that include Métis, First Nations, and Inuit. The diversity made Cold Lake unique, and that led to policy and process changes on how we did business responsibly. There are 2 critical pillars of making a difference in people's lives: a strong social network and opportunity to get involved in civic life. I had my network of friends in my community. I learned about school boards and municipal councils while I was a volunteer. In a sense, I was an animator, brought people to participate in the civic life of our community. The CIST 2021 report shows the path to a vibrant city through an inclusion lens. I commend City Council for recognizing the need to be informed and guided by what's happening among migrants in the city. The Edmonton Multicultural Coalition is an organization that brings ethnocultural communities to work on common issues and find solutions through a community animator model. EMC recruits and trains bilingual and bicultural animators from their communities to engage public in their own language in cultural familiar ways. I have seen an incredible improvement in their confidence and communication skills. Through the training UMC provides, animators connect with grassroots ethnocultural communities for capacity building. Community members feel comfortable and safe in discussing their issues with whom they know and trust. Their engagement is genuine and it respects the diversity. Inclusion begins in our communities as we strive to be a city built on dignity and respect. I am pleased that the report suggests moving from multicultural to an intercultural focus. We must not just exist, but we should have a healthy exchange of ideas towards positive change. EMC community animators. All right, so I'm not able to finish, but you can ask me questions. I have a little bit left, half a page.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your service as in Alberta as a trustee, councillor, and mayor of Cold Lake. Now I
Correct.
feel like I need to Google every name on my speakers list. So thank you for that.
You're
We'll
welcome.
now move to Gamalil Daniel.
Good morning to each one. Magandang umaga. My name is Gemalil Bonaombre Daniel, a settlement practitioner with Edmonton Immigrant Services Association for 6 years. I work specifically with the New Neighbors Program, a city-funded program providing support services to newcomers in Edmonton. I am also a member of the CIS committee involved in the development of this report. I am an Edmontonian, a visible minority Filipino Canadian, an immigrant woman, a mother of two, and a caregiver of a lovely son with autism. I am one of the many multifaceted strands woven in the fabric of our city who came, was welcomed, and found possibilities to give back and support others. I am one of us, and I'm honored for the opportunity to be listened to today. When I started working in the settlement sector 12 years ago, a former colleague made a comment which I have been stuck with to this day about how blending in with Canadians was easy for her and for some other nationalities. She was particularly referring to her physical attributes of being a white person, which I and majority of our colleagues and clients do not possess. So my experience and the CIS report, the migrant stories in the belonging report triggered many questions for me about belonging. What does it take to belong here? What does being a Canadian and an Edmontonian mean? What validation does one need to be seen and heard as a Canadian, as an Edmontonian? In my work, I meet many newcomers seeking opportunities to share their time, talents, knowledge, and resources. Giving back to the community not only brings a sense of fulfillment, but also pride to be able to contribute, to be seen, and to belong. This is why in the CIS report, we are advancing a shift of perspective about migrants to be seen as multidimensional, with many strengths and wealth to share with the city of their destination, much more than individuals with multiple needs. Why is this important for us? Because this new understanding and awareness can help those who are creating conditions for inclusion to be more thoughtful in bridging the transition from migrant newcomers to residents and citizens. A big idea. If I may be allowed to offer an idea, something that has seeds already in the city of Edmonton that could still grow. As a settlement practitioner, I can tell you how the Ride Transit program, the Leisure Access program, and the free membership, library membership have helped many migrant newcomers to find jobs and access needed services and enjoy city amenities. But also, we want the city to see us, migrants, immigrants, not just as passive recipients of programs and services, but as active participants in the civic life of the city? What if the city could offer a robust civic education program, a city hall school for newcomers, beyond knowing about city services and towards learning about rights and responsibilities, how the city government works, and how we can meaningfully engage in public consultations where our works, voice, and realities are heard, acknowledged, and considered in the development of city policies, plans, and programs. This is what belonging means to us. Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Well, thank you very much for that. We will now move to Aftab Khan. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee members. My name is Aftab Khan, and I'm the Executive Director with Action for Healthy Communities Society of Alberta, which is an Edmonton-based settlement agency working with newcomers and refugees for their settlement and integration. We're working here in Edmonton as well as in some small towns. And I'm I have this honor of participating in this CIS committee as a steering committee member, and we have worked in the able leadership of Yvonne Chu and Mike Chow, co-chairs of this committee, for almost 14 months, and broadly consulted with the stakeholders in the sector and collected these stories of lived experiences of some of the newcomers, which resonate with the stories of hundreds of those we meet every day as service provider in the settlement sector. I fully support and echo what my colleagues defined as the 7 transformational priorities of the CIS Belonging report, particularly shifting our perspective towards viewing immigrants as a resource. I specifically like to draw your attention to our transformational theme 6, business, entrepreneurship, and social innovation, which is another highly neglected area but has great potential to contribute significantly in the integration of newcomers, particularly in local economy, and pave the way for enabling inclusion. While working in the settlement sector, we learned that newcomers bring a lot of innovative business ideas and rich experience, but to lack recognition of those talents and skills, as well as the necessary support, they end up in low-skilled, casual jobs and cannot successfully advance towards a secured future. And I will just support this theme with some of the examples. So Action for Healthy Communities has been running a program for the last 7 years to support more than, I think, 600 individuals, 60% of them women, with business development training, mentorship, business planning process. And we learned with the consultation of all of those stakeholders and the participants that most of them face challenges accessing required financial resources and other business development supports when they complete this process. I know City has some supports available for the small business development, but those supports don't work for the newcomers who have difficulties navigating due to unfamiliarity with the Canadian business environment and practice. Social procurement is another area that most newcomer businesses can participate, but are not fully informed of how to go about it. With these supports, and for example, we have very innovative programs in Edmonton, like Social Enterprise Fund, which can also work with these newcomers. But these people cannot access those supports because of a lot of those barriers, and main barrier being linguistically kind of not accessible to them. So I think this is a broad area which needs a lot of efforts and resources to create an environment for an inclusive business and entrepreneurship kind of ecosystem for these people to get that required support. but based on this consultation with these participants of this program, we would suggest and recommend that if we can just start with to address their financial needs, to start an entrepreneurship support fund, and city can support that with some seed money to people who cannot access other resources. And then the other recommendation would be to support local initiative to expand business planning, development, mentorship supports to newcomer entrepreneurs. So that would definitely go a long way to help these people who have really great ideas and come with a lot of experience, but lack those resources to materialize those ideas. Thank you very much.
There's the mute button. Thank you very much. And we'll now move on to Jwamer Jalal.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you all today. I would like to first acknowledge and commend the team that worked so diligently on the SIS report, along with all the contributors for the monumental effort to create a current and clear picture of immigration, settlement, and social inclusion in Edmonton. When I was 4 years old, under the dim light of a motel room in Ontario, my parents struggled with an important decision that would shape the rest of our lives. Having just arrived on a long resettlement journey, they had been given the choice to stay in Toronto or to continue on to Edmonton. I'm eternally grateful for their foresight in choosing the City of Champions, and equally grateful to all those that have made this such a great place to call home for the last 20 odd years. I'm a proud Edmontonian, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak to you today from the perspective of not only an Edmontonian, but as a first-generation immigrant and a child of immigrants. This reality also means that I know all too well the struggle for immigrants here in Edmonton. The SIS report shares many stories of migrants, all too like the story of my parents, those who left careers, homes, and families to create a new life in a country where they struggle with the language, where they do not have a full understanding of the systems that make up their lives. We must recognize that the sacrifices they made and continue to make are the foundation on which we build our lives here as children of immigrants in Edmonton. As an immigrant youth, I can also tell you, you can feel beholden to this debt. You can see the sacrifices of your parents etched into every new wrinkle on their face. You yourself struggle with the pressures of belonging as you see your parents struggle under the weight of providing you the opportunities to succeed. The SIS highlights the struggles surrounding housing and poverty, and I would gently remind us that the youth are not shielded from these anxieties. This can manifest, as I know it did with me, into a deeply complicated relationship with your racial and cultural identity as you long for the natural sense of belonging and security. You can also long for the stability of parents and culture that are ingrained in what you are falsely told are the true customs, traditions, and identity of your new home. The SIS highlights, though, that our stories are not just stories of struggle, but of perseverance. When examining our communities from a strength-based lens, the cultural capital embedded within them is revealed, not just in the contributions they can make easily to measurable facets of our great city, economically, culturally, but in their own resilience and courage. I'm also honored to speak to you today from the perspective of community-led programming. You've heard mention of Multicultural Health Brokers Cooperative. We are an organization, a cooperative created by the people we serve, embedded in the lived reality and learning from our communities. As a coordinator for youth programs, I've been privileged to learn from over 16 years of youth-focused programming. I know now that when you connect youth with supports that truly understand their lived realities, that are embedded in their community, and that are committed to building their resilience through an exploration of their inherent cultural wealth, they are much better positioned in becoming the champions they deserve to be. I'm incredibly encouraged that the City Council has made a more inclusive city a priority, and I'm certain if newcomer and ethnocultural communities are properly supported and engaged on this journey, it is an achievable goal. For our youth, their cultural identity is inescapable. Often it's etched into the color of their skin, the smell of their food, and the traditions we all carry from those that came before us. We must remind them through engaged policy and an honoring of their voices that there is value in that culture and that their unique identity is another piece in the beautiful mosaic of our city. If our city can make it clear that their difficult feelings are mentionable and manageable, we'll have done a great service. I encourage the city to continue to explore opportunities to work directly with our communities as we co-collaborate to make this a better city for us all. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. And that takes us to the end of our speakers who indicated they would like to speak, or call that there are some who are here to answer questions if necessary. I will move to committee to see if there are any questions for our speakers. And I'm not seeing any. Councillor Knack, you selected this. Are you satisfied with what you've heard?
Absolutely, excellent presentation. So I don't have any further questions. Just
Okay.
appreciate everyone's time.
Okay, so for our speakers, that means that you've done a very good job and made your points very clear. So we thank you for that. You are welcome to stick around as we now transition over to questions for administration. And Councillor Knack, you did select this, so I will begin with you.
Sure, thank you. I don't actually have, I know I selected it because we had speakers, and I know there was the conversation around a motion, and maybe I guess that's the one question. There was a motion that I understand was circulating, and I don't know if that was in the hands of administration yet, and if so, have they had a chance to see it, and any thoughts? Because I think the motion here.
Yes, Councillor, we have reviewed the motion or the draft that was submitted to committee, and we're certainly on board for this. I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense to get to that next step. You know, it's been a significant journey getting to this point. Many more steps to go, but I think this motion does frame it to go forward.
Okay. Well, in which case, maybe I should put it on the floor so that people have access to it in case not everyone's seen it. I just got it too, so so we're working off the same song sheet. I don't know, singing off the same song sheet, whatever the expression is. Do we have that? Do the clerks have that to put up, and then I can read it out? Because I think I have it here. I just want to make sure I'm.
Yes, Councillor Knack, we can get it put on the eScribe display.
Sure. Thank you. Just to make sure. I'll read it out, and then I don't have further questions, Mr. Chair, but I might as well just get the motion on the floor.
I'll also include it in the chat while we just try and troubleshoot here.
Thank you.
Sounds fair, so we'll just wait so you can read that in.
All right. I think there it is. So I'm going to read that out. So I move that administration continue to work with refugee, newcomer, migrant community members and other stakeholders to build on the foundation and concepts of the Year 1 report in future annual reports on the state of immigration and settlement in Edmonton. Next bullet point, provide a progress report on the status of the proposed refugee newcomer housing project and review and refresh City Policy C529, Immigration and Settlement 2007, to ensure alignment with concepts identified in the Year 1 State of Immigration and Settlement Report, which may include the development of a framework or strategy to improve outcomes for refugees, newcomers, migrants in Edmonton.
Okay, thank you. And no questions for administration or presenters? No, okay. And I don't see anyone else on the board, which indicates that this was an excellent presentation and made a lot of sense to everyone. And I'll just do one more scan for other members of the committee or participating councillors. And I'll just give it about 3 seconds if you want to jump in. Nope. Okay. So it seems that we are ready to close this item. So please vote on this motion.
Sorry, I'm in the wrong meeting. I switched meetings for a moment. I'll just vote verbally yes.
And Councillor Zadek?
Yes.
Yes, did you send out the vote, clerk?
We
None of
did.
us are getting it. Well,
We
none
did,
of us
but
are
we can
getting
see
it.
there are some issues with it on our end, so I'll just confirm.
Okay.
And Councillor Paquette?
I'm a yes.
That's all the votes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And display the vote, and that is carried unanimously. And and a very good time, as we can expect this to be incredibly important moving forward. Okay, so let us now, we've got a time specific at 11, and we are 9 minutes early. So I'm wondering if there's if it's okay for the food waste insecurity report, folks, if we start now. And I think it is, because we do have a presentation available. So let's just move on to item 6.6. And I'm sure you'll let me know if there's any issues with that.
Mr. Chair, if we can just have a minute to confirm that the delegation is on the line.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're ready. If we can pull up our presentation.
All right. Please go ahead. And welcome.
We're just waiting for one member to join. Good morning, Community and Public Services Committee. We are members of the City of Edmonton Youth Council, which provides policy input to the City Council and produces initiatives to benefit youth. My name is Notion, and I'm joined by Tina and Mohammed, and our Chair and Vice Chair, Ricky and Anuj. After 6 months of research, interviews with community organizations, exploring other cities, and a youth survey, we present the Food Waste and Food Insecurity Report. Next slide, please. Our mission was to study gaps in the food system that allow for food insecurity and food waste to persist. In turn, we make 8 recommendations for the City of Edmonton. Next, please. These 2 issues overlap by the various initiatives that redistribute excess food away from landfills towards charities and families. These kinds of initiatives have had an indispensable impact in our communities in fighting food insecurity and food waste. However, both issues have only increased. These efforts alone are not enough to change this momentum. Rather, they are band-aids to a wound deeply rooted in various structural factors. Relying on band-aid solutions is unsustainable in the long term. While awaiting provincial and federal solutions, CYC implores Edmonton to continue to support initiatives that lead to affordable living and take a more active approach to food waste reduction. We also encourage the city to take a step forward when it comes to addressing food issues and pursue mitigation strategies that are more innovative, far-reaching, and equitable in their implementation. Our report takes multiple approaches in achieving food justice, while keeping in mind a holistic understanding of the root causes of food insecurity and food waste. Next, please. In 2018, 13.8% of Edmontonians experienced food insecurity. The pandemic has certainly exacerbated these conditions. Canada's food waste has an immense financial and environmental cost. While the city has recently passed the Waste Reduction Roadmap 24, we have responded to the roadmap from a youth perspective. Food waste is a topic of urgency, explicitly mentioned in the City Plan, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and scientific research. Next, please. We now present our recommendations with a multi-pronged approach involving government, businesses, schools, and communities.
My name is Tina Kim, and I will be introducing the first 3 recommendations. Next, please. The first recommendation encourages the City Council to join the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. This is an international agreement between 211 cities committed to developing quality food systems. Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto have already signed on. We're afraid our city is falling behind. Engaging with the Milan Pact allows Edmonton to commit to food justice, learn from other cities, and represent itself on the global scale. In the Policy Pact, there are a total of 37 recommendations, and some of these recommendations already overlap with the city plan. Therefore, signing on to the Milan Pact will only further encourage the city to commit to its goals and advance its agenda to grow as a greener city. Making this commitment lets us move on to our next 7 recommendations. Next, please. The city should invest in services that allow businesses to sustainably transition during the post-pandemic period. We suggest the city pursue services that educate and adequately train businesses in donating and diverting excess food to local organizations and communities. Secondly, we believe that it is necessary for the city to provide local businesses with resources, such as grants, to develop their own food waste reduction plans. Waste reduction is an opportunity for businesses to save money on purchasing and producing excess food. Next, please. As the Edmonton Youth Council, we believe that education plays a huge role in stimulating the youth community to partake in sustainable living. This includes creating more opportunities in schools for youth to easily access services and programs. Therefore, we encourage the city to collaborate with the Edmonton School Board of Trustees to A, adopt the Food Matters Action Kit in classes, clubs, or any alternative programming, and B, build a pathway for food donation between restaurants and schools, where businesses can support initiatives such as the free breakfast program. Next, please.
Hello, I am Mohammed. I will first discuss the 3 main food distribution avenues we encourage to be adopted. We would like to see more support for community food centers, community fridges, and community food markets. These solutions, as defined in our report and on the slide, are run by the community, but they are supported by the city. They combat issues like anonymity, the dignity of the user, accessibility, and simplicity. Moreover, they are usually targeted at low socioeconomic status neighborhoods. Municipal support is needed to promote the introduction, the use, and the safety of these initiatives. Next, please. We have interviewed Edmonton Food Bank, Multicultural Health Brokers Co-op, Food for Good, Leftovers, We Can, and more. The Band-Aid work of some charities is valuable and should continue to be supported for the short term. Their workers and administrators are a wealth of experience, some of whom have dedicated their whole lives to this area. Their passion and pride in combating food insecurity and food waste was very obvious in our interviews. We proposed that the city couple the upstart of these long-term systematic solutions to the causes of food insecurity with the guidance, advice, and expertise of nonprofit staff, since they bring the voices of their communities to the table. We are proud of the work Edmonton is doing already, like the nonprofit efforts, the cart rollout, and the waste reduction program for residents. However, there is still work to be done so that Edmonton can be a home to a respectable food system. Our youth survey shows that youth care, and we would like to see a change. We hope you take the time to read our report, and we welcome any questions. Next, please. Just please keep this slide up as we take questions.
Okay, thank you. Is that the end of your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great, perfect. Thank you very much for that. Well, at this point, I will open up to questions from committee. And Councillor Knack, you selected this and you are on the list, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, just want to say thank you to everyone who took the time to put this report together. It's an excellent report. Really appreciate the effort and time and research that went into it. So And it's because it's so detailed, I don't have a lot of questions. I wanted to ask really one question of you, and then I do want to ask a question of our administration. So the first is we got sent a letter late yesterday or middle of yesterday from the food bank, or we were copied on the letter, I think. And I just want to double check if you have seen that letter, had a chance to review it, and if you have any particular comments that you want to share in addition to what you've seen there.
Thank you. We're very appreciative that the food bank has reached out to us and shared a letter with us and with the council. One of our recommendations in the report was actually that we hope that organizations like the food bank are heavily involved in and consulted with when implementing any of the strategies that we suggest. So we're glad to hear from them. And some of the stuff that they touched on, to repeat, is the root cause of food insecurity and poverty, concerns about funding and pop-ups, and about what a huge role that they play in Edmonton. So from our interviews with the food bank and other organizations, we heard again and again what a indispensable role they play in Edmonton communities.
Perfect. I appreciate that. So I guess actually my main other question is to administration, and it's so there are a series of recommendations here, many of which look very reasonable actions to advance. We have, with a few of the other advisory committees, only just started getting in the habit of having a bit of an administrative response, almost like audit committee, and having an administrative report attached to the series of recommendations. We've only just started that, so I didn't expect that for this. I guess the question is this an opportunity? I would like to know more about these recommendations and to see if some of them can be actioned on, where we might want to, adjust from what their recommendation is. And I guess, though, in this case, while we're here today at Community and Public Services, I'm almost wondering if this is more something that the utility side would be dealing with through waste services. So I wanted to get an understanding of the next best step if we're looking to review these actions and see which ones we can easily implement versus ones that might require a bit of nuance or further engagement with groups like the Edmonton Food Bank. So any thoughts on that from an administrative perspective?
Councillor, I'll start to weigh in and then others can jump in. That would be a different approach that we would take with this particular committee. We have not done that to date. So, I mean, we basically received the report sort of at the same time City Council did and have not embarked on a response, basically. So that process piece that you've kind of outlined certainly would resonate, so that we would take the time now to go back and sort of basically get an administrative response between city operations and potentially our department. Certainly, waste has a lot of perspectives on some of the recommendations, but we also work. I mean, our department works with the food bank and many of the community organizations as well. So it would have to be a bit of a joint effort. So we would have to take that away and then develop sort of a where to from here kind of, or how does this get embedded in our existing plans and so on?
Absolutely, yeah. And again, I didn't expect any of that done today. And it's only just been something we've started to do with groups like the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board. And I actually think just going forward, there might be merit in doing that. But that's for a future time. So I see Councillor Zadick is on the board. So I think I'll likely, once the questions are done, just put forward a motion that would allow for that next phase of work to occur. So reviewing the recommendations with the appropriate staff from administration and our partners like Edmonton Food Bank, and then to provide a report back on what recommendations we might want to advance, what might require additional work, or what might not want to be advanced depending on certain circumstances, but just to get that administrative update. So I'll do that at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Zadick, go ahead.
Thank you. And I would support what Councillor Knack is going to put forward. With regard to the discussion around the food bank, obviously the Edmonton Food Bank is the big player in the room in that space, but there are other food banks. Recently, I had a tour of the Africa Center's food bank, which provides culturally appropriate foods to folks new to Edmonton that are from African or Caribbean countries. And I'm sure they have a wealth of knowledge to share. And then, of course, there's also the Veterans Food Bank on the west end of Edmonton that serves a different group. Conversations occurred with other food banks because I think if not, that's somewhere where we could poke around for some more information. I'm seeing some nodding heads, but maybe if the members from the youth delegation just want to weigh in quickly.
So we haven't reached out to the other food banks that you mentioned, but we did reach out to multiple organizations in Edmonton that have food baskets like we can, or other food provision services like the food center in the West End, Food for Good.
All right, well, thanks. And as I indicated, I think that'd be a good next step as well. But thanks for this presentation. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. I'll check to see if there are any other questions. I'm not seeing any really, but I might have a question of my own. First of all, thank you for this report. I'm working really hard not to make food puns right now. So this is an area of great interest to me, and that I've worked on quite a bit from my office. And so it sounds to me like perhaps there are a lot more conversations that should be had. And I'd just like to get your take on that about if the Youth Council is thinking of continuing with this work in that capacity of having more conversations and building a little bit more robust sort of view, or if at this point you're more content with handing it over to city administration to continue those conversations.
As our CUIC term comes to a close and a new one starts, we are making recommendations in our wrap-up process to the next term of CUIC members to continue talking about food and continue these discussions, and as well as in response to the food bank's letter to us where they mentioned really discussing and attacking poverty and income security. We do want to recommend that to the next CUIC term to dive into that and see what youth and the city council can do.
Okay, perfect. So your idea is that the next Edmonton Youth Council term works with administration, continues this conversation, and you would very much like to be a part of it, an active part of it.
Yes, we would like to continue.
Okay, perfect. That's good news because I think that you're touching on an important conversation that a lot of people are having, but the more voices we have, more awareness we have, the better. So again, thank you very much for that. And at this point, I'll turn to Councillor Knack to see if he has anything prepared.
Very kindly, thank you, Mr. Chair, and very kindly, our city clerks have created a motion that I will just read, and I think they can put it up. And so that motion is that so I'll move that administration provide a report with a response to the August 25th, 2021 City of Edmonton Youth Council report EXT00696 Food Waste and Insecurity Report, a Youth Perspective, including an analysis of the recommendations. And I would even add maybe just an analysis and possible implementation options of the recommendations, which I assume would be part of the analysis, but I just figure I should be a little more direct, not everything. And so I'll move that and then just briefly speak to it when I can, Mr. Chair.
All right, so this with the addition of an add analysis, or how would you like that phrase?
It says including an analysis already, I would add and possible implementation options.
And possible implementation, yeah. It was very tiny on my screen. I see that now. Okay, that's very good. So if we get that implementation options, perfect. Okay, So I'll just see if there's, would you like to introduce it or?
Sure. Yeah, just, and this will be sort of introduction and likely close at the same time. I just, this is starting to become as with all of our advisory committees, we're starting to explore an idea like this. I think there's a logic of maybe in the future doing this in advance so that we have, because we've often had that situation where advisory committee brings forward some thoughtful recommendations, and then we want to see what it would take to implement them. I also know there was a sense of urgency to get it from the youth council because they are nearing essentially at the end of the term, and I know a lot of folks who have committed their time. Not everyone is necessarily continuing on, so it's good that we did it in this order anyways, so that we didn't we had a chance to hear from all the youth members who gave up so much of their time to provide this report. And so again, the idea here is just for now our administration to go look into this, review each of the recommendations, see what are potential easy things that can be implemented, see which require maybe more nuance or engagement with groups like our other food banks. Whether it's, well, and I think it's obviously Edmonton's Food Bank, but Councillor Zadick mentioned Africa Centre. There's the Veterans Food Bank Association of Edmonton. There's a number of groups that are doing this work. And the last thing we want to do is create barriers or new processes that impact how they're doing their work. So as an example, when I read the funding recommendation about how we would support youth doing food waste programs, I might think out loud, and I don't know, and this is why we need to do the work, is it better to partner with some of the food banks and let them be the vehicle for that work instead of having another entity, being the city, funding that when you've got groups who are doing a lot of thoughtful work in this, and I don't want to step on their toes, and in fact, I'd like to tap into their expertise because they're already doing that work, as I'm sure you all know through your research. So yeah, this will just give us a chance to get a bit of a response. I imagine we need to hear from Waste Services directly as well, because they might have some insight into some of this. And so again, just my thanks to all of you for your work on this. This is sort of the natural next step. This might take a bit of time. I just saw a note as I was speaking saying we might want to put a due date of the second quarter of 2022, which I think is probably appropriate. So enough time and engagement can go into that so we get a thoughtful response. And if there are certain things that can be done sooner, our administration has the ability to just advance that without always coming to council for everything. So I think I'll leave it there. I looks like a good next step here, and thank you again to all the members of Youth Council for your work on this. It's great to see such a detailed and thoughtful report. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Knack. I'll see if anyone else has any questions or would like to speak to this. Not hearing any. I'll just take a quick crack at it. When I first began my term, this was one of the things that I thought needed to be brought into prominence, and that's why I started an initiative around food and agribusiness diversification and food security. On a macro level, we know that when it comes to agribusiness, that is our second largest GDP contributor in Alberta. But worldwide, what we are seeing, and this is what we were talking about even 4 years ago, is that a lot of a few of the very large countries that we know of that may have been net exporters of food are becoming net importers of food, which means there are more mouths to feed, and so food capacity, production capacity has to increase. But that just doesn't mean growing food. That means the networks that provide food. And I'll get to the point. This does tie in. Then, with the advent of this pandemic, and here in Alberta, with the economic downturn due to the price of oil, because we rely on oil for a lot of our prosperity, we have seen what was once predicted to become reality, and that is that supply chains have been impacted, that supply has been impacted, and you add to that the impacts of climate change on arable land around the world. and migration of folks due to the socioeconomic results of that arable land no longer being arable and the tensions that creates. And then add to that the instability of extreme weather events, along with the economic instability that we are experiencing, has led to more mouths to feed because we are still in a state of flux and adaptation. So this program is incredibly important. This entire area of inquiry has become more important than it ever has. And the reason I brought in this sort of larger picture is because we tend to think small on this, that it's our cities, our communities, which is wonderful, and it is. But we also have to understand that there are global, international, and national impacts that are affecting us. And that's part of the conversation I think that has to go forward so that we are being more proactive on these things. We are seeing the trends and we can respond to them rather than just reacting to these things, which I think we've been doing. And so if part of that conversation includes this sort of more proactive approach and understanding whole systems, I think we'll be much better off. At the end of the day, it just means food on the table so that people can function, so that they can live their lives, so that they can contribute, so that they can innovate, and all of the things that we love to see. An empty stomach in our communities is not just a food void, but it's a void of what could be. Because if you're hungry, boy, if you're physically hungry, some people say that's your motivation, but that means that your motivation is just to find food rather than doing the bigger things that you are capable of in life. So that's why I think this is so important. I know that's I just gave you a bit of a word salad there, but I hope the point has gotten across that this is a larger issue than it may seem on the surface. You scratch that surface and a lot of things begin to get uncovered. So really looking forward to this, and thank you, Councillor Knack, and thank you, committee and presenters and administration and the public for your indulgence in my 4 minutes here. And there's no one else. Councillor Knack to close.
No, I was just going to say it's a great food pun, word salad. Well done.
I did it. I didn't mean to. All right, please vote.
Councillor Zadek?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
All right, and please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And that was wonderful. Thank you again to Edmonton Youth Council. Okay, so moving on, we are now at item 6.1. And that is the Edmonton Arts Council 2021 Activate Grant. And I chose it because I thought that there was a presentation, but I'm seeing that perhaps there isn't. Is that correct?
I believe there's a representative from the Arts Council here. Maybe he can weigh in.
Councillor Briquette, this is Stephen Williams from the Edmonton Arts Council. We don't have a presentation for you. This is a recommendation in the normal course of business.
Okay, my apologies. I mistook your attendance as being one of wanting to speak. So thank you, Mr. Williams. Really appreciate you and your time a lot. And so in that case, I like these recommendations. I think it's probably unanimous. So if there's nothing further, I'll ask that we please vote on item 6.1. With apologies to committee for my abundance of courtesy.
Do you need a mover, or did you move that, Mr. Chair?
I did move 6.1.
Thank you.
In spirit, if not in word. but now in Word as well.
One moment, please. The vote's coming now. Apologies, Mr. Chair. We may need to do a roll call vote on this one.
Yes.
I heard a yes from Councillor Nicol. I am a yes.
Yes.
And yes for me.
Thank you. That was 4 votes.
And sounded very unanimous to me. So would you like to display votes, or are we good to go?
We can move ahead, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. And now, this one was selected by Councillor Zadok. It's the Castle Downs Partnership Opportunity, item 6.2.
I'm not sure if there's a presentation. I do not need one, but if administration went through the trouble, I'd be happy to listen.
I know we can go right to the speakers, Councillor. We have some verbal comments, but I think it's best that we go right to the speakers.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Okay, perfect. So first to speak from YMCA of Northern Alberta, we've got Kent Biddorf.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'll suggest perhaps Nick Parkinson kind of lead, and I'll conclude our presentation.
That sounds great. Nick Parkinson, you have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Nick Parkinson. I'm President and CEO of the YMCA of Northern Alberta, and my colleague Kent Biddorf is the Vice President of Health, Fitness, and Recreation here at the Y. And thank you very much for this opportunity to address the Community and Public Services Committee and make some brief comments and answer any questions that you may have. Over the course of the past year, the Edmonton Catholic Schools and the City of Edmonton and the YMCA have met on a number of occasions and had some really excellent discussions and have began to explore a collaborative partnership model with the construction of the new high school in the community. In fact, in January 21, all parties provided a formal notification of the partnership discussions to the City of Edmonton elected officials, the YMCA Board of Directors, and the Edmonton Catholic School Board trustees. And in addition, the Edmonton Catholic School Board indicated their desire to partner on this project in their 2022 to 25 capital plan. And the City of Edmonton and the Y provide a letter of support to the Edmonton Catholic School Board for their submission. The Y has a long history of partnering and collaborating with the City of Edmonton. Arguably, the City of Edmonton is one of our most critical and long-standing partners. And I don't think it's any surprise over the years, both organizations have come together to improve and build healthy, vibrant communities on significant large infrastructure projects like the Jamie Platts Y, William Lutsky Y, Don Wheaton, the Castle Downs Y, the Melcor Housing, and the YMCA Welcome Village. In addition, the YMCA also has a long and successful history of partnership and success service delivery with both the Edmonton Catholic School Board. They too are an outstanding partner of ours. And currently, the YMCA operates 6 out-of-school cares and 3 early year child cares in partnership with the Edmonton Catholic School Board in schools throughout Edmonton. And finally, I think there's some excellent examples of the 3 organizations partnering together to meet and serve the community in particular around the Cardinal Collins High School Academic Center, the Clairview Community Rec Center, and the YMCA Childcare in Northeast Edmonton. And certainly there are other examples of our partnerships that we can draw upon with the St. Francis Xavier Sports Center and the Dr. Anderson High School. And certainly the Y has a number of examples and collaborations in other cities that we could draw upon as we pursue this opportunity. You know, there are numerous benefits, not only to each of the partners, but I think really as we've come together to the community as a whole. You know, the community surrounding the Castle Downs Center have expressed a need for enhanced recreation facilities. And I think this partnership, we believe, provides a cost-effective opportunity to potentially address this need. And this concept of shared and integrated program services and amenities model will really have the opportunity to prevent duplication of services and provides a cost savings opportunity for all partners in the creation of new facilities. And the partnership will ensure facilities and programs and services will support many, many stakeholders, not only the new 1,300 students and staff that will be on site in the high school, but if you think about the children, youth, and families living in the community, I think there's a real opportunity there as well. So just before I turn it over to Kent for a few brief remarks, in conclusion, as partners with a proud and successful track record of working together, we would welcome the opportunity to work in partnership with the city, the Edmonton Catholic School Board, in the development of an integrated high school and recreation site on the Castle Downs District Park. I think collectively all parties are very committed to working together to explore a variety of opportunities for this partnership. And the commitment from the city to allocate $300,000 to support the design of a community amenity within the school would be very beneficial and allow all partners to explore and initiate more detailed work. I'm going to now turn it over to Kent to make some additional remarks.
Thanks, Nick, and good morning, everyone. Really appreciate this opportunity to address committee and to express our support for this exciting potential partnership. Also want to express my appreciation for our ongoing relationship with the city and the financial support we're receiving for 2021 operations of Castle Downs. While it's not necessarily part of the council report, I do want to provide just a very quick update on the Castle Downs YMCA, assuming that there might be some questions. The center opened in June of this year, mid-June. We're currently sitting at over 1,800 members, and this is ahead of our projections for that center's reopening. We have secured a major philanthropic donor that is helping us offset the investment or cost of financially subsidized members for that center. And as we look to the fall, we're seeing significant fill rates on our fall programming for the center. While we know that regrowth at the center is going to be gradual, these signs give us a sense of cautious optimism in terms of Castle Downs operations and reopening. As we look to 2022 and beyond, I'm sure committee members are aware that we're working closely with City of Edmonton administration on both short and long-term tactics and strategies to help address the financial sustainability of this important community facility. And the YMCA sees this partnership as a real potential tangible long-term strategy that could lead to new facilities or refurbishment or improvement of existing facilities that will address emerging and future needs for community recreation in the region, and in turn potentially strengthening the financial viability of this center's operation. Regardless of the existence of any formal partnership as an outcome of this, the YMCA builds communities, and we're certainly committed to cooperating and working with the city and Edmonton Catholic School Board as this high school emerges to support recreation and program opportunities for students and families as the high school opens. That being said, in our experience with campus models where you see multiple facilities on a site, when formal consideration regarding design and engagement and integration does not take place, and as an example, I would use our Collingwood site where we've seen the construction and opening of the St. Oscar Romero High School, that concept of center of community is harder to realize, and often that robust engagement of community just doesn't take place. Conversely, where that collaboration and that partnership and focus on facility integration takes place, and as example, I would use the Shaughnessy YMCA in Calgary, where we have a campus model with a library, high school, and YMCA on site, we see a true center of community. We see robust engagement with students, families, and communities surrounding the facility because it was deliberately planned and there was an integration built into the process. That basically concludes our formal presentation. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity, and Nick and I are available to answer any additional questions that might arise.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Zadick, you selected this. We'll just see if you have any questions.
Yep, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a lot of my questions are really to city administration, but I'm not going to pass up the opportunity to ask the YMCA. And I've had conversations on this topic with several of the members of the Y in the past. But this coming forward now, it's good to hear that the YMCA is fully on board. So you wouldn't view a city recreation facility, however it is envisioned, ultimately as any type of competition to the YMCA, or can you speak to not the partnership outright, but actually to access to the facility for the YMCA members and possibly for the high school students to access the YMCA, including the aquatic center? What do you envision there exactly?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Zadek. I think that's part of what we are been discussing in terms of the opportunity from it's one thing to build the capital asset and who owns it and who finances the building. And then there's the program and service and the operations of that. There's no question, I think, that on the operations and program and service of any new spaces that get built, it may be a co-shared space where during the day the high school uses it, but in the evening, opportunity for gymnasium or multi-purpose space to be programmed and delivered by the Y in city-owned facilities. I think all of those things are part of what we need to explore. I think all three parties have everything on the table, but certainly from a program and service delivery, this has the ability to add some new amenities, and the YMCA would be very interested in programming those. In terms of our in-skin and our facility now, we also see an opportunity to service the 1,300 high school students from in our facility and their physical education programs or any other things in terms of how we might be able to support the high school and their academic learning, jobs, employment, all of those, youth development, volunteering. I think there's a huge programmatic opportunity for all parties that we realize. So we don't see it as a competition at this point. I think it's early in the stages. There's a lot of different permutations and models that could be considered, Councillor Zadek. And we just need some more time to explore that. So that would be from the WISE perspective, how we would see things.
Well, thanks for that. I want to explore a little bit more about the operation, and we are at a significant milestone in the project here with asking the committee and ultimately council to rededicate $300,000. So just from an operations perspective, while you're open to seeing how this is going to be, how this could be realized in the future, have you signed any memorandums of understanding, or are those conditional on council approval to fully commit to some type of partnership here? Or at what, if not, at what stage would you commit to that? And obviously around that time, we'd want to know more about the operation.
Yeah, thanks for the question. None of us have signed memorandums of understanding at this point. We have discussed those as probably a next step, Councillor Zadek. I think our letters of submission to Edmonton Catholic and to critical boards and governance bodies within each of our respective organizations as the letter of intent around this to pursue this has been our current commitment together. But I think that would be the next step, is that we would probably, if supported with council's funding, that would be the next step that we would flush out. And I anticipate that that would be one of the next pieces that we would do as a memorandum of understanding for all partners.
Well, thank you for answering that question. And thanks for showing up today and presenting the YMCA's case. And it was well received by me, and I have no more questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zadek. Did you have any questions for administration?
I do, yes, several actually.
Okay, so
So might as well.
oh, sorry, just 1 second. To our
Sorry,
speakers,
go
thank
ahead.
you very much. There are no other questions from councillors for you. So please go ahead, Councillor Zadek.
Thanks. I might need my started, and I'll try and get it all in within 5 minutes. With the so we talked about the partners that have come forward and are ready or conditionally ready to sign a memorandum of understanding, but a major stakeholder here is obviously the government of Alberta through the ministries of infrastructure and the ministries of education. I'd assume those conversations are occurring. But Mr. Smythe, can you talk about the province's willingness to get on board with this?
I'll start off and then pass it over to Mr. Jevney. Certainly, the province is fully funding the school, so those capital dollars are approved, and they're still working through how it will get actually developed. There's a potential that it may be a P3, which would be a different model than we're used to working on. So that will have to get worked through. We don't envisage at this point any provincial funding for the new amenity space, what we're talking about here. This would be built on a model much like the Ann Anderson facility or school, where we contributed to that build with additional community space that is, will meet the community needs. So that we'll work that through. But the three players we're talking about, the Y, the city, and the Catholic School Board, will be the core, and then we'll work with those three, and then we'll scope in the province largely through the school board to see how they want to come to the table. Roger, anything else to add to that?
Well, thanks, Rob. We're in early stages on that. They're still forming up the delivery model. There may be an element to that where we don't want to proceed with a P3 model, or it may come to a point where the province doesn't want to proceed with a partnership model. But if we're not in the negotiations, we'll lose those opportunities, whether we become a full partner and develop the amenities, or as the reps from the Y talked about, at least designing the high school so that it's complementary to the other amenities in the park. We think it's important we're part of those discussions and see where they go.
So from a project management perspective, am I right to interpret that the province is sort of doing one thing, which is a standard high school, and then we're amending their design through a separate process?
Yeah, that's right. It's essentially what we did with the Dr. Ann Anderson School, which hasn't opened yet, or with St. Francis Xavier, where the school may be prepared to build 2 gyms. We may build out a third. We may build out a running track or expansive fitness rooms or program studios, and design the school to facilitate the community access with a front counter, direct access into those spaces so they don't have to go through the entire school in order to access them. So the school can be safer, you can operate properly, and we can get the community access in a real enhanced way that we wouldn't otherwise.
Okay. Well, I mean, to me, it would seem more efficient if the province was on board initially and it was all designed in one shot with community consultation. But thanks for answering that. I also want more of appreciation of the size and scope of the facility. I'm not familiar with the Ann Anderson one, especially because it's not open. Do you, and I'll ask so you understand sort of the nature of my questions. Is there going to be any physical connection to the YMCA through buildings touching or tunnels or other corridors? What type of square footage are we looking at? What type of facilities in terms of, I don't want to get too detailed in terms of, say, like basketball versus other stuff, but sort of, I know there's been a lot of community assessments of the needs in the Castle Downs area, but there's been also a lot of discussions in general about recreation in this part of the Northwest. Can you speak to what type of facility this would be?
Go ahead, Roger.
It's still early. The Dr. Ann Anderson High School is a 2,000 student high school. The space that we partnered on was about 12,000 square feet of recreation space. So there we were able to add studios, gymnasiums, the running track, access to program rooms and classrooms. So it's early days in discussions with the Catholic Board on this project. This school would be 1,300 students, but we would envision something similar in size and scope. Certainly adding amenities that would complement the school's program and their use during times when we may not have as much demand and the community use or public use of spaces when they're available and the school isn't using them. At Dr. Ann Anderson, we have full access during the daytime as well as in the evenings to the city's portion of the facility, and then expanded access after school hours. So it'd be something very similar to that, but we still need to work out the details with certainly the board and the architects and the YMCA.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I will need another 5 minutes, and if I may just continue speaking.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And just so I'm perfectly clear on the model as we currently understand what would be the situation, if someone has a City of Edmonton rec pass and they go between, the different facilities, Londonderry, wherever, could they come during appropriate hours to the city portion of the Catholic high school whenever it's accessible to the public, in the evenings, whenever, if you have a City of Edmonton Rec Center pass, is that the thought, that anyone from the city could come and access this?
That's something we would certainly need to work out. It may be advantageous to have the Y do the programming in the facility from a cost point of view and to complement their program. So it may be you need the YMCA membership. We have talked about a joint membership at that facility where city passes may be honored, but we haven't reached any agreement on that. So that's certainly part of the negotiations that we would bring back to council before we ask for the construction funding, potentially at the fall SCBA.
Okay, thanks. So that answers all my questions about sort of the programming and how it would look on the inside, but a whole another theme that I just wanted to jump in on about the site. So we know the LRT's plan to get to the Castle Downs District Park, and it's conceptual at this time as to where the LRT stop would be. I've tried to talk with the Catholic School Board and the architects in the past conversation about designing it in a way appropriate for the large public transit infrastructure project that the city is embarking upon. That was before the discussion about this recreation opportunity really emerged. What type of site planning is occurring, and will it be factored in that there should be an LRT stop close by?
I'm not sure who's best suited to answer that. I see Pascal, you're on the call. Are you able to weigh in on that, Pascal?
I'm not totally familiar with this site. I think what we would need to understand is the land that's already allocated for the Catholic School Board and where the high school is going to go. And then maybe Bruce can jump in about some of the considerations for the future LRT stop. That would be, I'm not sure how far we advanced on that end and if there's conceptual planning as to where the stop was for Castle Downs. Bruce?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the preliminary design and the location of the LRT stop for that property have been confirmed, and they've been incorporated into that preliminary design. And that was based on the anticipated use of the site. If there were some specific site elements as a part of this design that required some small adjustments to the LRT, then we'd be in a position to do that.
Okay, yeah, it would just be a shame that if outside the LRT doors there was a facility wall versus facility doors. And just the other thing I want to hit on is I've had discussion with Edmonton Public Library, and on their capital plan, the Castle Downs Library branch is still pretty far away from being in need of a new facility, but it's in a rented space across the street in a strip mall. And when I talked with Ms. Martinez and informed her that the Catholic schools received funding for their new facility, I said it could be a good opportunity to consider a partnership. So very similar to the theme of this discussion. And it's not my place to talk about the library's capital plan, but she did indicate to me that they would consider advancing the Castle Downs Library reconstruction sooner if there was a partnership opportunity. So just in this public setting, I want to say that if the Catholic School Board's on board with, I don't want to use the term saving money, but partnering on recreation services, I don't want to use that term because it's obviously there's more than financial considerations, but real good community building considerations. But it seems very analogous that we could have the same discussion about library services. And then if so, the city could take a leadership position in really making sure the site is designed right with the LRT entrance, with the possibility of a new library, with the existing YMCA, new recreation opportunities. So there's a lot of potentially moving parts on this site that are all governed by different levels of government or different partners, our not-for-profit partner, the YMCA, Catholic School Board, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Infrastructure, City of Edmonton. I would just hate for us to miss something and not have a great opportunity for the site. But with that, I won't ask a question because I'm out of time here. I got 10 seconds, and I just want to indicate my support for this, and I don't need to close, Mr. Chair, but thanks for this information.
All right, thank you, Councillor Zadek. Are you going to move the item? I don't see any other questions. I'll just double check. Are there any other questions? Not hearing any.
Yeah, I'd be pleased to move this one, the recommendation.
Okay. To recommend this to council, please vote.
Councillor Nickel?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the votes.
Okay, please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Okay, perfect. So we are now at 11:44, and I think that we can get to item 6.4 pretty quickly. So let's just jump to that. There's no presentation. I just have some questions. So if administration is amenable to that.
Yeah, no presentation. I'm just to inform committee, I'm here with David Jones, our branch manager of Community Standards and Neighborhoods.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Jones. Okay, so just very quickly, thank you for the report. It is appreciated. I know that this was spurred by a motion from council, and I just wanted to get thoughts on the possibility of making this more of a regular reporting feature for council's consideration and deliberation.
Absolutely, Councillor. We can do this on a periodic basis. I would suggest annually would be appropriate, and I mean, based on council's direction, we can either do it through memo to council or through a council report. And the other point just to reflect on briefly is the work we're doing internally to post some of this information on public, so it's available to the public as well. Certainly that transparency we believe is very important. And maybe Mr. Jones, I'll put you on the spot a little bit, but if you can reflect on that a little bit as well.
Sure, thanks. I think that will definitely be part of our business practice moving forward. And the transparency piece, as Rob was saying, is important, especially in light with some of the recommendations of the CSWB report. I'm getting some looks that my audio was faint, so I apologize if it was.
I heard you. I hope everyone else did. Okay, so got some notes here. So would this include, so at this time, no one outside of administration sees complaints or anything gets sent to the Solicitor General. That's different than from under the Police Act. I'm just wondering when you're talking about transparency, if that's included.
So from a reporting to the Solicitor General perspective, there are certain metrics that activate us needing to report to the Solicitor General. So some of our use of force statistics, et cetera, are reported in that way on an annual basis. As far as complaints, we are guided by a number of different provincial acts. But you're right, they are investigated and handled internally, with some obviously being forwarded for recommendations and further investigation to the police service.
Okay, so now when we're talking about making things a little bit more transparent for the public, are these some of the things that we're talking about?
Yeah, sorry, I should have clarified that kind of a review of our professional standards investigations will be part and parcel with this work as well on use of force reporting from a transparency perspective. And also just reviewing the way that we do those investigations and how they're handled by my branch is something that's been identified for either Q4 of this year or starting early in 2022 if it hadn't been already by the end of the year.
Okay, so I'm just administration, just in order to make this clear to the public what we're doing, would there be utility in a motion that details this out? And then maybe what happens as a result of this motion is council gets a regular report, maybe in the form of a memo, but that would also be paired with publicly releasing some of this information.
Certainly committee's call, but certainly that would be appropriate. I mean, if you were to direct us to report back to council annually through a memo with this information, and then continue to explore a dashboard of some sort that would present information that the community at large can understand.
Okay, Madam Clerk, did you get all that?
Yes, we'll draft something.
Okay, thank you. And so while you're doing that, I'm just wondering, because this is an area of concern and interest to the public, and the intent, I think, here is to show our progress, show our work, and basically be transparent so the public has trust in the system. Would there be a use of maybe, rather than once a year, maybe get twice a year reporting?
I mean, again,
If it's simply a memo with information in it.
yeah, I think what we need to do is make sure that we're reporting the right data and the right analysis, and then it should be fairly easy to generate those and make some. Keep an eye on things, and if every 6 months is what is requested of us, then that shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, and I would assume it would just be a memo with recent statistics or updated statistics, and and then of course tying into whatever complaint processes or information that we're making public. That makes sense? Just for the sake of very simple reporting that you actually doesn't have to put a lot of work into it. It's just basically a copy paste, and for all intents and purposes, just for transparency's sake.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yep. Okay. All right. Well, Madam Clerk, if you have that wording, I'll put that up on the floor.
We do, and I'll also send it through the chat.
Okay, that would be perfect. Thank you. There we go. That administration provide an annual memo to report on peace officer force report data and pursue options to make that data publicly available. But I think I was hoping for, rather than annual, I guess biannual, meaning rather than every 2 years, twice a year. Quirk of the English language.
We'll make that adjustment.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I think that through my questions, I don't need to introduce this. So if there's no other debate, I also don't need to close. Okay, please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
All right, and please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. And that takes us to about 8 minutes before lunch, but we only have one other item that I'm aware of, and that is the emergency shelter standards and operating requirements, and that is time specific for 1:30. So without further ado, we've got a little bit of found time. Enjoy your lunch. We'll call in about a minute. And welcome back. I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Zadek.
Here.
Good afternoon, Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I see that we are also joined by Councillor McKean.
All alone in chambers, Mr. Chair. Glad to be here, though.
We're all with you every step of the way, Councillor McKean. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And I believe that's it. And so we will continue. We are now on item 6.3, emergency shelter standards and operating requirements. And we do have a presentation, and afterwards we will hear from speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll kick things off here by starting off with introducing our delegation for this item today. Jackie Ford, our branch manager of Social Development Branch, and with Jackie and I is Rachel Putt, program manager, Affordable Housing and Homelessness in the Social Development Branch. Also, for committee's information, online for questions should they come, we also have Susan McGee. Susan is the CEO of Homeward Trust. And also online is Inenya Okir. Inenya is the Chief Operating Officer of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Bureau with Edmonton Police Services. And also from EPS, Joanne Kirkland, Director of Partnership and Stakeholder Development. Also for committee's information, we have staff leads from our administration who've been very instrumental in contributing to this report. This includes staff from legal services, staff from business licensing, inspections, and compliance, and staff from communications and engagement. The report this afternoon on minimum emergency shelter standards and regulatory options is in response to a council motion from March of this year. This report provides information on the work done to prepare the standards, including extensive research and public engagement, and a recommended approach for implementation. With that, I'll pass it over to my colleague Jackie to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Rob, and good afternoon, councillors. The number of people experiencing homelessness has grown since the start of the pandemic, from roughly 1,600 to 2,700 individuals. Despite available space in emergency shelters, which provide walk-up overnight shelter to adults without need for referral or payment, over 650 people are sleeping outside on any given night in our city. Administration has previously identified for council that emergency shelter conditions are a contributing factor to the rise of encampments in Edmonton. The majority of people accessing shelter have exhausted all other resources, like support from family and other preventative services. In this respect, shelters are a critical gateway to health, social, and housing programs for people who have no other options. In order to maximize access to these services, emergency shelters need to be safe, inclusive, and accessible. Currently, there are a number of temporary shelters operating across the city, and they are being funded by the Government of Alberta until the end of September of 2021. These shelters were opened to accommodate physical distancing requirements due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The temporary sites are expected to close as the new Herb Jameson shelter, operated by Hope Mission, opens in the fall. And with that context, I will pass the presentation over to Rachel.
Thanks, Jackie. Over several years, administration has collected significant feedback about the conditions of emergency shelters operating in Edmonton that prevent people from accessing services. To address these issues through the development of a shelter standard, administration undertook research from other jurisdictions and consulted the Canadian Shelter Transformation Network, which is a national coalition of shelter providers committed to ensuring emergency shelters are housing-focused in the pursuit of ending homelessness. From this research, and with consideration of Edmonton's shelter context, administration developed a draft shelter standard, which formed the basis of an engagement effort between April and July 2021. Input from that engagement was then incorporated into a final version of Edmonton's emergency shelter standard, as presented in Attachment 1 of this report. The standard was then reviewed internally to develop information about regulatory options and implementation for Council's consideration. Throughout the public engagement, stakeholders were aligned on the identified needs of Edmonton's shelter system. We heard clearly a strong desire for data sharing practices and infrastructure to evaluate collective outcomes that support ending homelessness, integrated clinical supports for guests with co-occurring health needs, especially mental illness and addictions, directly in shelter, Indigenous services and operations to address historic trauma, and an across-the-board shift to 24/7 operations with the necessary resources for lower staff-to-guest ratios and to improve training for shelter employees and encourage the retention of staff. Stakeholders also highlighted strengths in the system, including increased communications and collaboration with providers throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, a strong network of committed frontline staff, and the temporary expansion of smaller shelters in different locations across the city. Ultimately, all those who participated acknowledged that the continued efforts to increase the supply of affordable and supportive housing is critical to flowing people out of shelter. Aligned with recommendations from the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force, the new emergency shelter standards require dignified treatment of guests that are embedded in a set of guiding principles that inform the operating, service delivery, and infrastructure requirements. This means requiring shelters to adopt 24/7 operations where individuals are not required to line up outside shelter but can be admitted at all times of day, to allow for pets, partners, and safe storage of property, including prohibited items, in order to ensure everyone has access to shelter when they need it. Critically, these standards are designed to help shelters become housing-focused, trauma-informed, and low-barrier. The success of a shelter is measured broadly by how its accessibility increases access to housing programs and how effective those programs are at getting people housed. In line with the updated plan to end homelessness, emergency shelters are a critical gateway to ensuring that every person's experience of homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. The Ministry of Community and Social Services administers funding agreements to shelter operators across the province. All funded shelters in Alberta are required to adhere to homeless shelter accommodation expectations, which is attached to all funding agreements and was an attachment in this report. The ministry undertakes annual reviews of operations to ensure that the emergency shelters they fund are in compliance. Edmonton's shelter standard is designed to enhance the existing regulatory framework used by the Government of Alberta and not to displace any of its contents. However, the city standard seeks to formalize requirements that addresses gaps not addressed in the provincial framework, like replacing mats with beds off the ground, eliminating programming that does not contribute to health and housing outcomes, and requiring supports for Indigenous peoples, inclusive of LGBTQ2S+ community members, and embedding mental health and addiction supports in shelter. With that, I'm going to return the presentation to Jackie.
Thank you, Rachel. After reviewing existing authorities available to the City of Edmonton, administration developed two options through either business licensing or permitting to regulate the shelter standards. However, both of these options are limited and could not enforce all of the proposed standards, for example, offering storage or having sleep spaces that accommodate couples. Pursuing either of these options may also increase costs for shelter providers and, should they not be able to comply, it may reduce the availability of shelter. It is also important to remember that emergency shelters are one part of the homeless serving system of care. Achieving the outcomes outlined in the standard are also dependent upon continued collaborative efforts with other systems, especially health, justice, and housing. As the funder and regulator of emergency shelters, the Government of Alberta is in the best position to implement and enforce improved minimum shelter standards. At this time, the city's most effective tool is our relationship with the homeless serving sector. To move the standard forward, we will work with our partners to develop educational tools that can help shelter operators implement change. We will also continue to advocate to the Government of Alberta to adopt Edmonton's minimum emergency standard shelter standard and regulate it through their funding agreements. Finally, using a public-facing communication strategy, administration can encourage voluntary compliance by recognizing the work of shelter operators that implement best standards. By working together, we can improve the delivery of shelter services for everyone who needs them. And this concludes our presentation, and we'll be happy to answer questions after the public speakers.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation. We will now move to speakers. Jordan Reiniger, you're up first. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, Jordan Reiniger with Boyle Street Community Services. First, I just want to say that we're very happy to see the City of Edmonton put forward the shelter standards. It's something that we have been advocating for and working in partnership with the city to put something like this in place. And we're really grateful to see the city taking the issues concerning the health, safety, and dignity of people that are experiencing homelessness seriously. We are very much in favor of the standards that are put forward today, and we felt very heard by administration and council members through this whole process. A few things we want to highlight is the inclusivity and commitment to access to Indigenous culture outlined in this document represents a major step forward in ensuring that everyone in our city has their rights and culture respected. Putting these inclusivity standards into the set of standards is a positive step for our sector and for those that we serve. We often talk about, or it's often talked about, that there is an over-representation of Indigenous people experiencing homelessness, and in consultation with some of the elders that we work with, they rightly corrected me to say, actually there's an over-representation in Western values, beliefs, and perspectives in the lives of Indigenous people. And so these standards that help to right that and give our Indigenous community the opportunity to receive services in a way that's appropriate and that they want is a big step forward. Having operated a large congregate living facility last summer at the Edmonton Convention Centre, I can say with certainty that large shelter spaces with massive populations are not conducive to our goal of ending chronic homelessness. In fact, I would say that they are prohibitive to that. And we have the opportunity also to operate a number of hotels over the last number of years. And one example in particular, which the city was involved in funding, was a hotel aimed at moving people out of the Light Horse Park encampment. Out of 64 people that we had moved into that directly from encampments into a hotel, private shelter space, 32 of them moved on to permanent housing within 5 months. Another 18 went into bridge housing, different operations that we had. Those are outcomes that you just would never be able to see in kind of mass congregate shelters. So we really strongly encourage, in addition to these shelter standards, I know it's included, but the encouraging that new shelter spaces and even the conversion of some existing go to private and semi-private, because we just know that that's where the outcomes are going to come for the people that we serve. Yeah, so the shelter standards acknowledge the challenges that individuals accessing shelter face. And I just want to highlight that one of the things that we've seen over the years is increasing complexity. People who are in the homeless population have increasingly more complex mental health challenges, more complex substance dependency challenges, more complex physical health challenges, and often all at the same time. And so the concentration of those folks, at least in the services that we're providing at Boyle Street, is quite substantial and much higher than it has been in the past. And so our shelters and all the ways that we do our work needs to adapt to that. And again, I'll point to the more semi-private and private being one of the ways that you could do that, but also having a lot of the standards that are in place here being a much more effective way of doing that. So I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the Boyle Street perspective, but just want to say that we're fully behind and support these standards. We hope that there are mechanisms in place to ensure that these standards are carried out, and we will do everything we can as an organization to support that effort. Thank you.
Are you on mute, Mr. Chair?
I was on mute. Thank you very much. We will now move to Holly Ma from the Chinatown and Area Business Association.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of the Chinatown and Area Business Association. We support the strategy for the City of Edmonton to adopt the minimum emergency shelter standard. We seek peace, safety, and harmony in our neighborhood, and thank our many social agencies for their tireless work in our neighborhood. We observe many well-run facilities, but we also observe many others that need to change and adopt best practices. We observe the increasing complexity of homelessness in the past few years. As a result of some emergency shelter policies, our neighborhood and businesses suffer terribly. We witness the affliction of the vulnerable and the homeless. We witness predators prey on the vulnerable. We see people burning when it's scorching hot outside. We see them freezing when it's just too cold just to line up for food. There is no social distancing in encampments. 24-hour shelter access is critical because from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., where should these houseless individuals be expected to go? I did bring some pictures to share with the committee. I'm not sure if the city clerk is able to put them up. But basically, my pictures were, the first one was Hope Mission on fire due to encampments. We had a drive-by shooting 3 weeks ago in the encampments. We have 3 recent arsons in the last few months. We have overwhelming amounts of garbage and needles. There is so much to show you. When a facility gives out 100,000 needles, who picks them up? This is what our community is wondering. If you serve 300 meals 3 times a day, who picks up all the white little boxes and garbage every day? If shelters have capacity for hundreds of people, why are there so many encampments right outside the shelter? Good neighbor agreements are imperative for community harmony. Over the past few decades, Chinatown has tried informally through phone calls and requests, but not had much success. No bylaws for shelters exist. There is not much a community can do if a social agency is not a good neighbor. We strongly advocate for good neighbor agreements. We want to help our social agency neighbors achieve their goals, and that in turn will improve our neighborhood and bring peace to us all. What we have in Chinatown is a community in pain. Implementing the changes listed in the City of Edmonton minimum emergency shelter standard is necessary for us to achieve peace, safety, and harmony that we seek in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We will now move to Dan Eckel. Dan, if you're on the line.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, technical difficulties. Sorry about that. Thank you to council for allowing me to speak, or to the committee to allow me to speak today. I just pleased to see the City of Edmonton taking these steps today. We've been asking for a lot of these proposals changes for years, and the safety of the shelters have been consistently being expressed. The safety in the shelter has been consistently expressed to us by the homeless vulnerable people for 15 years. So I'm glad to see that it's being addressed. it's been consistently conveyed to the public by the city of Edmonton that there really hasn't been a lot that they can do as far as the shelters, and yet we see today that there is something that can be done. We're implementing trying to implement a minimum standard. That being said, the minimum standard in Edmonton should be consistent throughout the province. And because if you have one set of rules for one city and another set of rules for another city, then people tend to gravitate to the city that has the lesser rules and lesser capability of enforcing rules. So that's been shown many times over years in the United States of how people, communities that have had very little ability to control these kinds of things, and where they've let things get out of control. So I think that's an important thing that the province should be looking at, and the cities should be collaborating on. One of the steps is the licensing. I think all these agencies should have to be licensed, and the ability for the city to pull their license if they don't comply is one vehicle that they can ensure that there is compliance to that. The collaboration form of this is imperative, that all government bodies, from federal right down to municipal, have to cooperate along with the shelter providers. So there has to be so that has to be in place. And the big thing that we see is missing in this here, and Holly just mentioned in regards to is good neighborhood agreements. This is imperative. These good neighborhood agreements should have substance. They should be enforceable, and they should be signatory by the city, by the communities, by the shelters, and by the business associations. And that's basically what I want to emphasize today. But generally, we're heading in the right direction. I think it's imperative that we cooperate with people in Calgary, and because there is a huge difference. In the past 4 or 5 years, I've seen Edmonton rapidly disintegrate into chaos, where Calgary has not. So I think it's important that we jump on that same line of thinking. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dan. We'll now move on to Gary St. Amand from the Bissell Center.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to speak and respond to this work. I also want to begin by applauding the City and Council for taking the step to gather feedback from a variety of stakeholders to begin this conversation about the changes required in order for us to see continued progress in our efforts to end homelessness. Shelters are a critical component of any plan to end homelessness, and the how of that work really does matter. I think we really need to focus in on some key components of this conversation, especially areas such as Jordan so ably communicated earlier, but the need for shelter providers and services to reflect the diversity of their users. So the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in particular needs to be given particular consideration. I think we need to consider the scale of the projects of shelters. We really have learned, as Jordan expressed as well in the Edmonton Convention Center and also in the Expo Center project, that the large shelters are, create a reality where people are focused on managing efficiencies and crowds, and the ability to provide human-centered services in a way that is dignifying and is mitigating impacts on the surrounding neighborhoods becomes extremely limited. And I think that's a really valuable lesson that we gained from some of the experiences that we have seen in the last year or so in the pandemic. Accessibility is critical and needs to be measured from a human-centered perspective. And so I think that there is a reality where we need to pay attention to, as much as we want to create a space where, we are allowing, for a lot of different perspectives on what does it mean to be accessible. I think we really need to consider the voice of the user as the priority voice in that space. Clear focus on housing and integration into the larger homeless serving system is really critical. And I think that has been a challenge that, could really have created sort of positive impacts prior to the pandemic. But I think some of the work that has been done between shelter operators and other service providers within the homeless serving system through the pandemic has helped strengthen that. And I think we can continue to build on that. The work that has been, really been shaped and designed and developed over the years by Homer Trust and by the city and others. And so I think that there is really an opportunity in this, and we understand that the province and other orders of government need to be part of this work, and we as agencies need to be engaged in that as well. And I think you're hearing voices, from the community, from ourselves. And I think that really allows you as council, hopefully, to hear that you have interest and desire from the community to work together. And we may not see eye to eye on all of the issues, but I think there is opportunity for us to make progress. And we see the shared value of the work that's being done here in terms of the minimum shelter standards. So with that, I will just say thank you again for the opportunity and for the great work that's been done here. Oh, and I just wanted to say, I'm sorry, I do have to run, so I will not be available to answer questions, but happy to follow up with anyone after if there are particular questions. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. All right. So we will now move to questions of our speakers. And this was selected by Councillor McKean. So I will check in first.
Sorry, it was me.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Nicol.
Sorry. Unless you want to go first.
Go ahead. You're on the committee, Mike. I'm not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So when I made this motion, I forget how many months ago was it. I just want to be very clear as to the intention of my idea around minimum standards. And it's not so much to tell you what to do, but to get an understanding of what you want to do, and so we can properly resource you up. So it is about setting this kind of basic benchmark for the very diverse clientele that you have. Not every shelter is going to be the right fit or the right approach depending on the customers you serve. And so this is my questions will be very much technical, very much mechanical, because I think that's where we got to go. We got to understand the baseline of where your shelters are operating in the population, and then we can start moving forward with regards to getting your resource up. So I guess I'll ask the the general question and make sure the panel's all right with the statement in the report. It says on page 80 of 200, individuals with lived experience, shelter providers, day service providers, community organizations, and other engaged in the process felt the quality and availability of shelter services in Edmonton is lacking, inconsistent, insufficient to address the complexity of needs for those folks experiencing homelessness. I want to know if that is accurate. For example, let's talk to Jordan there at Boyle. I think I see him. And is there any caveats they want to put onto that statement?
Sorry, so the question is just, is the current shelter stock that we have not appropriate, basically based on the complexity of need, just to be clear?
Well, have you seen the page 80 of the report?
Yeah, I've read the report. I don't have page 80 in front of me, but.
Okay, it basically says here that I'll read it again. Individuals with lived experience, shelter providers, day service providers, community organizations, and others engaged in this process felt the quality and availability of shelter services in Edmonton is lacking, inconsistent, and insufficient.
Yeah, so I think what I'll say is that most of the shelter spaces that are available are mass congregate shelter spaces, people sleeping on mats close together. And when you have somebody with complex mental health issues, struggling with addictions issues, that is not an environment that's conducive to, a good sleep, first of all, for them or for anybody around them, but also in terms of just creating an environment that's conducive to change. And so I would say if you look at the landscape of the shelter that's provided now, that we do not have the type of shelter or the quality of shelter that meets the needs, the demands of the communities that we're serving.
So Jordan, I'm not picking on you, but you're the one I see here. Can you describe to me your client base that comes through your facility in terms the only cohort and demographic analysis I've seen in here is they're primarily Indigenous. But do we have age? Do we have gender? Do we have medical condition? Do we have length of stay information on the people that use the shelter if we're going to customize our solutions?
Yeah, so Boyle Street, which is a day shelter, we don't do overnight, but I think the people that we serve by and large do access shelters or sleep outside. Roughly 70% of the people that we serve are Indigenous. About 75% of the people we serve are male, and about 25% are female. Age demographic, they tend to be, anywhere between 30 and 75. We do have youth that access our supports, but we try to create other pathways for youth when they come in. That don't have them sort of stay in our facility. And so we have, youth, but primarily it's the adult population. So anywhere from 25, 30 all the way up to, 75. And so that's the demographic. In terms of complexity, the vast majority of the individuals that we serve have experienced some significant trauma in their life, have very significant mental health issues. And then I would say, that would be what I would say is the base of the challenge that they're experiencing. And then you layer on top of that, most people, some form of substance dependency, sometimes multiple different substances they're using. And then most people, because of if they're spending any time on the street, then also develop quite a significant health issues, so physical health issues. So they could be experiencing, internal kind of health issues, or also, broken bones, wounds, things like that. So the health situation for everybody, I would say 95% of the people we serve have very serious health situations.
I'll come back for a second round, Councillor. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Councillor McKee.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to try to get a bunch of questions in quickly, and I'm going to pick on you too, Jordan. This is a really good report, very detailed, and it probably doesn't surprise you, but we have a system, it seems to me, that perpetuates homelessness. Would you agree?
I would say, aside from some really good work that has been done around Housing First and the ICM teams, the system ultimately is not conducive to getting people out of homelessness and into housing, I would say.
Yeah, and you're right, and I'm sort of remiss about some of the fantastic work that has been done by Homer Trust and others, right at Home Housing, and I'm going to run out of names in the moment, but you're right. The supportive housing that the city is leading on, the 5 projects that'll open early next year, will be make a remarkable difference, and one would hope we might be able to do more than that. But the current system, thinking of the recommendation in the report is that we need small shelters, and yet Hope Mission is 700 plus spaces, and typically mats on the floor, close together, with people. It might have worked with people who'd come to town and just got laid off from their oil patch job and they needed a little bit of time, but it doesn't work for these complex cases. Am I right?
Absolutely right. I mean, I think we have a situation where, again, there's just a lot of people who are just choosing not to go to shelter, so they're living outside. I think that speaks to some of the folks in the neighborhood who are struggling with, people who are they're outside. They have nowhere else that they feel comfortable going.
They're afraid to go to the shelter,
Yeah.
some of them.
Some of them are afraid to go to shelter. Some of them just don't want to go. They feel unsafe there.
Yeah.
They don't want to go because of the conditions that are there. Sleeping on mats. That's not even a comment on Hope Mission. It's a comment on the system that is, right? So it's a comment. Nobody cannot. We tried with a lot of resources to operate a system like that at the convention center, and it was very clear, very evident, very quickly that this model just cannot work.
It's
not
warehousing
conducive.
people.
Yeah,
They don't have any agency,
Yeah.
liberty, and it must be really, and knowing that, and we've heard it in these chambers before, that sleep hygiene is so important for any of us. So if you're getting a bad night's sleep over and over and over again, and you've got underlying mental health or addiction issues, it's not going to help. And that's what I sort of mean by perpetuating homelessness. In another realm, we've talked about a sort of a Team Edmonton approach here. And that would be gathering together a lot of people who understand the implications of homelessness for communities, for the individuals, first and foremost, but for communities, but for business associations like Chinatown. Do you think we can do more as a group? Because the government of Alberta, it seems to me, has so much authority that the city of Edmonton doesn't have around shelter standards and, of course, making sure that they're funding the right things. What do do we need to look at something like that, do you think?
I think there's more we could do together. Like when you think about, the Chinatown Business Association and the neighborhood groups. I mean, I live in Boyle Street, the neighborhood of Boyle Street, and I've been actively involved in that area. The interests, like what we want, I don't want the people that we serve to be stuck on the street, right? Everybody, ultimately, we want the same thing, which is for people to be able to be not outside in a dignified environment that's helping them to change the life and have the life that they want to have for themselves. That may look different from the life I want for myself, but it definitely doesn't include living on the street.
Let me ask you a question, because we've had to deal with communities, Riverdale, Rossdale, Central McDougall, Dan Eccles here today, who have seen some pretty significant side effects from people in the homeless population, whether that's break-ins or propane tank explosions. A lot of these people, I think, are legitimately scared. Do you have an explanation, a story of why that happens out there in communities with this population that you serve? Is there something that might help me understand it better?
Well, I think it goes to, this is the whole system conversation we're talking about, right? You have to ask yourself, why are people choosing to sleep outside in Edmonton all year long, including when it's minus 40 outside, when we have shelter capacity? And so to me, it speaks to the fact that there is an issue there, in any sort of user design sort of system. The people that we serve don't often feel like they have much of a voice, and so they use their voice. A whole bunch of people camping outside a shelter, they're using their voice to tell you something about what's going on. So I think that's one of the issues, is that there's no adequate place for people to go otherwise. And the example that I gave earlier is that, we had a bunch of people at Lighthorse Park who were in encampments. And if we just said, we have a room for you, you have your own private room, no barriers to getting in, just go, here's a place to stay. And everybody went. So it's a matter of having the supply of shelter that is adequate, that is dignified, that people actually are willing to go to. So that's one issue. And then I think the other issue, and I've talked about it at length, and I'm repeating myself, but there is really significant mental health challenges, like significant people who need to have institutional support, but the institutions aren't there for them. And so they're on the street. That's what happens when institutions don't provide adequate support and people fall through the cracks. This is what falling through the cracks looks like. You have people with very serious, acute mental health challenges who are walking the streets because they have nowhere else to go and no place that is able and capable of supporting them properly.
I'm way out of time. Thanks, Jordan.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor McKean. To follow up on that, whose responsibility would that be then? That mental health support.
Well, I think you'd have to place that on the health services in our province. I think you know, I think about this. I had a situation with a grandparent that wasn't receiving very good care, and I had the ability to go and advocate for them and make sure they got the care that they needed. You have a whole host of people who don't have those advocates, who don't have the means to sort of advocate for themselves, and frankly, the systems that we have aren't set up to support them effectively. So, so I would say definitely it's the health system. I view homelessness as it is fundamentally and primarily as a health problem, and not having enough adequate health services that are meeting the needs of the people that we see on the street.
And just to tease that out a little bit, because we're talking about standards, and generally standards cost money. So I'm just wondering, you know, you mentioned the health supports and the impact of not offering those health supports. You may not have this answer, but the cost to the health system, to the legal system, to every system that we have, seems to me that it would be absolutely astronomical in comparison to dealing with proper shelter that was a conduit or a pathway to housing.
Well, I think absolutely. I think to deal with that appropriately up front would probably cost more money, but I don't think it would take long before you would realize the benefit. I know that some of my colleagues from EPS are here, and one of the challenges that we face is without having an effective health response, that it turns into the justice system has to end up dealing with it. And that's not the appropriate place to deal with poverty and health issues, but that's kind of, they have no other choice. They're the only ones who can't say no, so they have to deal with it, and then that ends up perpetuating more sort of cycles of poverty and homelessness. So I think very quickly, in the medium term, you would experience significant cost savings across the whole system. It would be more upfront costs to start with, but yeah.
And just to be clear, the primary goal of any shelter system ultimately would be to work themselves into a state of not being required.
Yeah, like I believe we'll probably always need to have some emergency shelter, you know, whether it's people who lose their jobs temporarily and they need to get back on their feet, or those sorts of things. But what we have now is not a temporary emergency shelter system. We have, you know, this is where, you know, thousands of people are meant to live, basically. And that's not appropriate. It's not conducive to moving them to a more dignified and more effective housing solution. And people just end up staying in that system.
Yeah. Okay. So, and because as I was reading the report, I thought, you know, this is a great report, but it's a great report for staying on standby, of basically holding a piece of plywood up against the door in winter rather than just building a door. And so this stopgap kind of approach, it's good that we'll have standards on it, but really is it the solution?
No, it's certainly a step in that direction, right? I think, like I said, you're always going to have that need. In a perfect world where we end homelessness, you're always going to have a need to have a system that catches people and helps to quickly move them to a better place. And so that's definitely, that's not what we have now, but that's what hopefully the system can help sort of move towards with these kinds of standards.
Okay, and then there was one other thing I wanted to raise, and this actually came up this morning in one of our discussions, and that is race-based data, having quantitative and qualitative disaggregated information. Because the narrative that you tell with half the information can be a very misleading narrative. For example, we're talking about Indigenous populations who are homeless. Well, I think it's 45% of Indigenous people are in Alberta's federal prisons. Now, does that say something about Indigenous people, or does that say something systemic? And your thoughts on that? So about race-based data, qualitative, quantitative, disaggregated, and how that might help us.
Yeah, I think that was my comment about, we talk about the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in all of these systems, right? But really, it does speak to a structural systemic issue. It's an overrepresentation of a Western colonial sort of way of doing things in how we approach our work, and so there's a long ways to go to be able to provide the kind of services to people who are in that spot now, often because of that systemic challenge that they're experiencing. And how do we provide the kind of support and care for them in a way that is appropriate and that is, maybe from more of an Indigenous way of knowing, Indigenous perspective, that can connect them to their culture and can connect them back, because often many people have lost that connection, either to their home community or to their culture at all. And so, but definitely I think those statistics are misleading and oftentimes put the burden on like the Indigenous community as opposed to the systems that they're operating in.
Great, thank you. I'm out of time. Councillor McKeon, I hope you don't mind if we just hop right to Councillor Nickel.
Absolutely.
Okay, Jordan, client comes to your door. You gotta explain this to me. Client comes to your door. What happens next?
So if somebody comes to our door, we check them in. So we get to know sort of the critical data about them. We understand.
Jordan, how do you record that critical data?
It's in our database. So we have a Microsoft-based database. Okay. Over the course of the pandemic, we have been able to share that database across different agencies. So now there's kind of a common intake across multiple agencies. So we all share that intake system. So somebody comes in.
Does FOIP get in your way? Do you have any barriers to sharing information? For example, let's take the client, and then let's say the client is in some sort of distress as you take that person in, right? You make a quick assessment there. What happens next?
Yeah, it all depends on how they so we do have a bit of a triage system. So depending on how they come in and how they're experiencing what their experience is. So if they're in distress, then we would then move them into a place where we can support them. So if it's medical distress, we have medical personnel on site. If it's, mental sort of emotional distress, we have counselors on site that we can support them. But our ultimate goal is to get to know them, to begin to build a bit of a case plan for them so that we can understand what their goals are.
What I'm trying to get at is that we all want the same things. The ones that are in distress, the question is one of urgency. For example, do you call an ambulance? When do you call an ambulance? When do you call EPS? This is what I don't understand in terms of how you judge that intake, because it must be difficult for you. It must be extremely difficult for you.
It is extremely difficult, and oftentimes, various, when people are very ill and they need support, the systems aren't necessarily there to support them, right? So if you have somebody who's in mental health distress, there's not a lot of places that we can take them for that support that will actually support them. So oftentimes we do the best that we can within our facilities to stabilize and try to connect with them and try and find, a better solution for them, which could be, connecting to a housing worker. But those are never immediate solutions, right? Those take time. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, people leave our facility or whenever they feel like they want to leave our facility, and hopefully we've been able to stabilize them a little bit. Or if they're, if they are a serious danger to themselves, and of course then we're bringing in the EPS or we're talking to EMS and that sort of thing. But there's not a lot of great options.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask administration as to the what next options, because obviously the shelter is the intake mechanism. And you are the first line of service that needs to be provided. And Jordan, I don't mean to pick on you. I wish there were some other shelters here to tell you quite truthfully, because we do have issues with regards to, and you've heard it from the business association in Chinatown about the issues around social disorder. And so, you know, they come to your doorstep, and I can see very clearly, now correct me if I'm wrong in a don't you think kind of fashion, they're kind of frozen there until something else happens, correct?
I mean, yeah, I mean, a lot of people access our supports. You know, again, we're not an overnight shelter. They'll access our supports during the day. But there are instances where, you know, obviously we're also not a prison, so people are free to come and go. But yeah, there is the challenge is that when significant incidences happen or somebody is in a really bad spot and they can't be in our facility, for instance, there's nowhere else for them to go, right? And so if it's really severe, we can involve the justice system, for instance, but very rarely is that the best approach. And then you have people out on the street who are agitated. And so there's not a lot of good places to take people.
It's always, and this council's heard it many, many times, I'm concerned about what happens next in the day after question. And that's, so in terms of the day after question, when somebody comes to your door, you see other shelters as assisting you because you can't deal with them there? How does that streaming element work for your facility, sir?
Yeah, so you have to take a bit of a longer term approach, right? You're dealing with people who are experiencing severe mental health issues or have experienced trauma. They have a lot of mistrust in systems. So a lot of our work is just building that relationship with them so that we can get to the point of actually moving things along on a case plan or something like that. So while we're doing that, we're definitely reaching out to, you know, even the different shelters. We're reaching out to our partners in different parts of the city. Anything we can do to facilitate them staying as safe as possible while we're working with them to try and get them, you know, into housing or something like that is, of course, what we're doing. But there's not a lot of great pathways for people. Or timely ones.
Thank you for taking my questions. It's greatly appreciated.
My pleasure.
Thank you. I just have one quick question, then we'll hop over to Councillor McKeen. From what I'm hearing, what we're calling social disorder is really a health and mental health crisis.
100%. It is a health and mental health crisis. It is people not having a lot of options, and so they're in survival mode. And so, you know, a lot of the majority of the challenges I would say neighborhoods are facing is because people have very significant mental health issues and they aren't being treated and they're out in the community.
Thank you. Councillor McKeen, please go ahead.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, Jordan, do you see cases where one of the folks in the community that you serve actually gets institutional treatment that they need? Like, does that happen?
Yes, sometimes, and it depends on, there's different levels of support, but there's not a lot of there's very limited beds, for instance, in facilities that would be appropriate. You know, even for a lot of the people that we serve permanent supportive housing, a lot of them will burn those bridges even, like they'll go, right? And so, so then once that happens, they're back with us on the street and they're trying to sort of navigate that. So it does happen, but it's very rare. Even the example of somebody who says they come to our door and they say, you know what, I'm done. I want to get treatment for my drug or alcohol dependency. You know, we're looking at a minimum probably of 8 weeks before we can even think about getting them into a treatment facility, right? So you're looking like 95% of people in that 8-week period will not continue that path because they get sort of sucked back into the lifestyle that they're in, and then the facilities that are available are not an effective or appropriate facility for them. They can't factor in the mental health issues that they're facing or the length of time that somebody may have been on the street. So even like when we're able to kind of move people in a direction, that those pathways aren't effective.
So it seems to me, I'm going to try to put this the right way, because, you know, and I think it was 40 plus years ago, many of the psychiatric hospitals or wards were shuttered. We don't have enough drug and alcohol treatment capacity. So because of that, we've turned the responsibility to the community, which responded with social service agencies like your own and shelters. But that system is not healing, treating these people who need that, and all the side effects, which, you know, I mean, we do put that polite society term on it, social disorder, but really it's mental illness, trauma, addiction, which sometimes, too often results in death, or a bad reaction. I've certainly heard of a couple of cases of assaults, probably due to meth. I'm just so frustrated that we're, you know, I've kept using this term. A, we have a broken shelter system, and B, we're chasing our tails. But the shelter system may not be, well, you know, and I've been very critical of the shelter system, but that's not the answer for a lot of people. Or we're calling it shelter, but really it needs to be with tons of supports in it. Supportive housing may be the better answer, especially when we're talking about almost hospital-sized shelters, which we have in the downtown. Anyways, thoughts about that, Jordan, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think where to begin on that one? Yeah, the system is definitely across the board is not broken. I think if we didn't fully appreciate that before COVID, I think we fully appreciate that now during COVID, that the challenges have been exacerbated. You know, I think the solution ultimately is housing to all of these challenges, but it's housing with the appropriate level of support. And there are a number of people, like quite a large number of people who are living on the street right now, who probably will need very significant support for the rest of their life.
Right.
I'll give one example. We were part of the Heavy Users of Service program, and we were able to get a few of those folks onto PDD supports. And so we opened up a house, and there were 3 of the individuals who moved into this house, and they had 2 staff 24/7 support. And that was effective. That worked for those 3 individuals, a couple of whom have actually passed away relatively recently, but for over 5 years, that was working really well for people. So
might have still been economical.
And it could have still been economical relative. These were people who were interacting with police, with the healthcare system on a very regular basis. And so what I think there needs to be choice in the system, because this is not a homogenous population. These are individuals who have their own hopes and dreams for their life, their own things that will work for them or not. And so we need to create, this is the sort of breaking down the one large sort of system, break it down into smaller places that are more niche for people that could actually work for them. So,
thank you. Thanks to all the speakers, Holly and Dan and Gary, who came out today, as well as you, Jordan. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Councillor Nicol.
Yes, thank you for one more round here. So very much I understand the shelters are the intake mechanism and they're a part of the system, not the answer to the system, as I think we all understand. But Miss Ma, are you still on the call here?
Yes.
So, Miss Ma, Chinatown has taken quite a bit on the chin, as we all know, with regards to the situation. So, talking about good neighbor agreements, has the BIA kind of set their kind of what their expectation is in terms of what they want in terms of Chinatown and the surrounding neighborhoods?
Right. Well, we're researching all that right now. We're going to be hopefully working with the provincial government soon to try to get some basis down. But the most important thing is having a good neighbor agreement that actually means something. Because, there's a smile and a nod and then that's it.
What would be a component, a typical component, Ms. Ma? What would you like to see?
Well, more consistent garbage pickup. I mean, the BIA has paid for garbage pickup around our neighborhood when most of the garbage isn't ours. But we've done that for decades. And, you know, with COVID and all our businesses suffering, it's just a struggle right now. And to be honest, the garbage pickup lately in the past month or two has been good. But how do I know that it's going to be like that in the fall or next year? So some consistency there. Also with encampments, we see so many encampments, and the encampments are so dangerous. I mean, we see people, vulnerable people, getting shaken down. You know, lots of times you'll hear people screaming like, "I don't even know you, but this other person is attacking them." Or we see people that don't belong there, and sure enough, the next day there's a drive-by shooting. The encampments are very dangerous, and there's a lot of drug trafficking in there, and there's a lot of gang activity in there. So help with encampments from the shelters would be very important. Those are the two main things. I mean, garbage is garbage, but I mean, that's probably one of the easiest things that we can fix. But we're still doing research to see, you know, you can ask for a million things, but what can you really do? Because we don't want to hurt shelter operations and we don't want to displace anybody, but things have to change. Things have to get better. So we're doing quite a bit of research for that now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol. Jordan, just follow up, because I think that we're getting to something here that, you know, language matters. And I think some of the words that we've been using has become a default for thinking. And so it really hit home to me today in this conversation that we have a health and mental health crisis on our streets, and it is growing. And the result of that is addiction. The result of that is houselessness. The result of that is people being put in harm's way when they don't have the tools to protect themselves. And we've never really talked about it like that before, at least on a policy level. And if we identify where the problem actually comes from, then instead of trying to battle, you know, the results, then we can get right to the root of the problem. So this is the roots. If the root is a health and mental health crisis, which I think is very obvious now through this conversation, shelter standards are important and will help us to handle the impacts of a health and mental health crisis, but it won't help us solve it. So from your experience, how do we get there? And is there something that, with a report today, do we augment it? Do we change it? But also, what are the other steps that we can take?
Yeah, I agree with how you've summarized that completely. I think one of the things that why we've pushed so hard for shelter standards and for thinking about shelter differently is because, as we know with mental health issues, the conditions that you find yourself in matter. The environment that you find yourself in matters. The access to supports have to be there. They have to be relational. They have to be, you know, culturally appropriate. They have to be inclusive of you and what you need. And so this is a step in sort of making the situation better. You know, in absence of a health system actually coming and rethinking and providing health services in a more equitable fashion, creating the conditions that, you know, allow somebody who has serious mental health issues to be more stable and be in a better environment, get a good night's sleep, as one, Scott, I think, mentioned that. It's a huge issue, the sleep deprivation that the community experiences. So those conditions and that environment has a significant impact on how people go about their day, what they're able to do in terms of even accessing support and to work on a case plan and all those kinds of things. And so, you know, not to say that, you know, I don't want my comments to say that the system is so broken that these shelter standards don't matter. They matter an immense amount in terms of providing those conditions that we can actually support people to move forward in their life. But you're absolutely correct that the root of it all is this sort of trauma-based mental health crisis that we're seeing on the street. And I think Dan mentioned it as well. Like, we're definitely seeing that it's clear. Anybody who lives and works and walks around downtown, it's clear that there is a mental health crisis on our street.
Right. And so these shelter standards, they represent some of the tools that as a municipality and as shelters, we can try to make a better tool. But it's just a tool, and it's not the right tool for the problem. That's what's getting at me here. And I'm a little frustrated because we're doing our best. So if someone has dropped the ball here, who would it be?
Well, without getting into too much trouble, I would say that the people that we serve at Boyle Street do not have equitable access to the healthcare system. Their healthcare needs are not being met in a way that is conducive that sort of matches where they're at in their life. And so, we work with the systems the best that we can to do that work, but that's fundamentally the challenge. And so they end up sort of being on the street without that support.
So in general, because there's always outliers, but in general, it sounds to me like appropriate mental health care is going to solve this, whereas shelters or enforcement or anything else like that is just sort of it's a stopgap. It's not the solution, but it's the best tools that we have in the face of the failure of proper mental health supports.
Yeah, I think one of the things that when you think about the complexity of the population that we're talking about is, and one of the things I've advocated for with the province is that you almost need to have, because it's specialized, you almost need to have a specialized unit that understands the different complexities that people are experiencing. It's the psychologists and psychiatrists that understand the mental health, but also how does that addiction that somebody is facing impact that mental health, and how does that physical health environment impact that? What about the trauma they've experienced maybe as a child? And so you need to have a team of people that have a deep understanding of the community and have a deep understanding of the different, when you pull on this lever, this thing is going to happen. And so it requires a much more robust response, particularly for people with the most complex needs.
Yeah, thank you. I'm out of time. I will never use the term social disorder to describe this mental health problem crisis ever again. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I think we'll move on to questions of administration. Councillor Nickel.
So, Rob, you could push this off to Jackie, whoever. So there's two ways to look at this, right? In terms of, you said we can either permit or we can provide a license. Once again, let's cover those. Restart my time there, somebody, because I'll go on forever. Which is in the cost benefit analysis? What do you think is going to be better?
Councillor, the overarching comment that I'll make is neither of those tools are particularly effective. They certainly are the only tools that we have at the municipal level, and we can look at them. But as we allude to in our report, it's really the sort of the voluntary compliance and the advocacy piece that are more foundational, where we can make good strides. But maybe I'll pass it over to our colleagues from the licensing area. Yeah, maybe they can weigh in, because they administer those two tools basically for our whole corporation. I'm not sure they would have a perspective or not. Watsi, thank you.
Thank you, Wesley Ramirez here. Yes, that's correct. While there are some provisions in the business license bylaw for mechanisms where we can have some requirements, those must be closely connected to the business activity and public safety. And so we've got some of those conditions embedded in the business license bylaw for different categories that we have right now. When we take a look at the minimal standards that have been outlined in the report, we're not seeing that the business license bylaw would be able to address all of the standards. for more specific
Let's
pieces.
just start with a very simple hierarchy. Safety. Which is the best way that we can get a standard of safety into the shelters?
So I can only answer from the business license perspective. One of the things that is a little bit more difficult for us is that enforcement side and establishing the standards themselves as a requirement in the bylaw. Perhaps other areas could weigh in on other ways to address the safety.
I think, Councillor, if we could get legal services to weigh in, they may have a perspective on that.
This is where we need to start. We've got to start with safety. We've all heard it. People aren't going because they don't think it's safe. So somebody help me out here.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol. It's Christina Hodgson from Legal Services speaking. I also help with business licensing. In terms of safety within a business, it's very similar to the other businesses that we already regulate using deemed conditions. So we can add some types of safety provisions. If you look at the ones, for example, under adult services or other types of businesses, we do have some provisions that exist. We can add very similar provisions to those. However, as YC did mention, enforceability is an issue. We can visit businesses regularly to make sure they're in compliance. That is heavy on resources. But we have to be there to ensure that the conditions are being followed. And we can't be there all of the time. So we can do some work.
I hear that. So one thing I caught here in the report is it was kind of unclear where EPS fits in. I read it in the report, or maybe I missed that. But so where does EPS come in? Shelters and safety, and where does the city have to put in their regs? So I guess that's the EPS business is making things safe. At least that's how it strikes me. How should all that fit together?
So EPS can only really come around when there are criminal offenses and other similar sorts of issues, which not all safety concerns reach the level of criminal. I don't know if we have anyone from EPS on the line who'd like to speak to that further, but the city is only able to regulate to a certain level, not including criminal. So there is a spectrum, but there are definitely gaps in that spectrum.
We do have Ananya and Joanne who are here from EPS.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that sounds good.
No, I would agree with you. I mean, we do respond to the calls for services to the shelters. So that is how we aim to regulate safety. When these calls come from, whether it be the shelter providers or the community members, then we do respond.
Okay, let's take an example. You get a call from a shelter. Obviously, somebody has serious mental health issues. This person actually needs to be in a hospital, like Aaron says. This person needs to be in a hospital. What happens next?
Well, sir, depending on the situation, there are avenues, especially under the Mental Health Acts, that you can take these individuals to a respective hospital or an emergency room. But the larger thing that we are speaking about is spaces for stabilization to ensure that there is somewhere that we can hold these individuals. Because right now, with lack of those options, what we're doing is holding folks in cells. But we do need to be able to address spaces that young folks can be stabilized in order to address some of this.
Okay. I'll have another round.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor McKean.
Yeah, thanks. And Councillor Paquette, I think you nailed it. I think what's hiding in plain sight in this report is that we're dealing with a crisis with our shelter system, with our social service agencies like Boyle Street, and with EMS and the police. One of the first questions I had, and I don't know if Ms. Putt, I do want to pick on you at least once. There's a growth in the number of individuals counted as homeless now because or during the pandemic. Do we know the exact dynamic that caused that?
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. I think there are a number of different challenges that folks have faced during the COVID-19 pandemic. Certainly, service providers have been limited in their ability to deliver services like they did prior to the pandemic, with additional public health considerations that had to be in place. Between that and the economic impact of COVID-19, there are more folks falling into homelessness now than there were a year and a half ago.
They were on the margins maybe and losing work or whatever. They actually fall into homelessness. Okay. Susan McGee, you're on the call, I think.
I am.
So this report, which I think is fantastic, by the way, what a great report, very exhaustive, is really damning of our current system, I would suggest. Not blaming anybody, not blaming the city or the shelter providers or anybody, but like when you see this and you're a bit of you control some of the purse strings, what could we in Edmonton do better? Like I'm wondering if we need to set up some smaller shelters in different parts of the city. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, the smaller shelter model has been something that has been raised through numerous engagements over the last 5 years as a preferred model. Overall, putting more capital into more shelters in terms of, forecasting that as a major growth area, maybe, and not necessarily, but we need to consider the opportunity cost to the permanent housing solutions and the mental health supports that are more intensive. But model-wise, that's certainly something that has been underscored in all of our consultations. In terms of the report and what it does support is that it does take us in a direction where we really do acknowledge that we can do things better with what we're doing now. And in a way, with all of the challenges of the pandemic, we also, can't unsee what we've seen. And across Alberta, certainly in Edmonton, I think the awareness that folks for many years have been sleeping 18 inches apart on a 2-inch mat was shocking to people. But that has been our response for a really long time. And the standards right now that are in front of council go a long way to a reconciliation that's not acceptable.
Hope Mission isn't here today. Do you continue to talk to them? And I don't know if you're the one that would be talking to them about these minimum standards.
Well, we fund them, and we engage with Hope Mission regularly through all of our system work. I think specifically with respect to the standards, the engagement has been city-led, and we certainly supported it. We have said through the engagement that as we look at what does integrating these standards and operating in alignment with these standards look like, and how we as Homeward Trust and what we do fund can support that implementation. We fund Homeward Trust funds Hope Mission currently, a rapid rehousing team. They have a housing team on site that we fund, and they have access to rental assistance and all of the startup funds, as all of our other housing first providers do. So really, actually, I think the standards and achieving the standards will be an opportunity for them to really do that work much better than in an environment where they're turning folks over as quickly and on a daily basis without the sleep hygiene attention that the report gives it to. So it's doing what we do now better, and as well training. Diversion training is something we've always offered, and we'll do that in a much targeted way as we kind of support any operator.
I'm out of time, but I'll be coming around again, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jackie, Ms. Ford, it's a great report. And I think that, obviously we need to start implementing a lot of that right away. But this conversation is really giving me pause. And I know that we've been struggling and working really, really hard to house people, to find supports for them, and so on. And maybe I missed it, but do we have an on-paper strategy that anyone can look to and say, these are the things that are must, that we must have. This is the solution. Here's the road to the solution to solving these problems.
So
We have an overall strategy that we look at and we say, okay, let's break it down. Like, rather than just like, you know, because I sometimes I feel like we're chasing after this, we're chasing after that. Do we have this all in one spot?
I would say that our permanent supportive housing strategy, which we've been working diligently on in the last 2.5 years, is a big step to that. But we also recognize in that strategy that it is the permanent supportive housing model, or the supportive housing model, has embedded supports for people. It has always been our understanding, our knowledge, and our working base that these folks need individualized treatment, whether that's mental health, recovery, addiction services. So our permanent supportive housing strategy would be that strategy.
Okay, so earlier we were talking about the fact that maybe this isn't, I mean, like the components are that we've got addictions issues, we've got houselessness, we've got all sorts of like marginalized folks and people in states of uncertainty. But really, what we know is that all of this tends to stem from a health and mental health perspective, even add economic health if we need to. And so it would seem that the housing strategy would be a subset of the real and larger problem. And I'm wondering if it would be helpful going forward and add clarity and action if we had an aggressive strategy and a call out to all levels of government to deal with what is only a growing problem.
I would suggest that that has started. It may not be as aggressive and as impactful as we would like. When the pandemic first started, the ability for the houseless serving sector, the City of Edmonton, Alberta Health Services, and Community and Social Services, we met every week, sometimes multiple times a week, to work on this exact problem. Now that we're in a different place, it's not the initial response isn't quite as dramatic. We have been talking about what are the long-term solutions. You'll notice in our report we talk about banning practices. Well, once someone's banned from a shelter, to an earlier point, where do they go? Well, we do know that in some cases, the route for that person is supportive housing, and for others it is institutional care. So we have been having those ongoing discussions with the other orders of government on this issue.
Okay, I just think we're going to be left in a state of constantly chasing our own tails and chasing after solutions without the right tools to present them until we properly identify publicly what the problem is and who is responsible for fixing it. If we don't do that, how can we possibly find efficient paths forward? Just thoughts on that.
I think the communication is much better now than it was. I would say that the recognition of these issues and the pandemic has certainly brought those issues front and center. If to Councillor McKean's point about the shelter system being broken, for the folks that are living on the street and using those shelter services, the system's been broken for a very, very long time. The pandemic has just brought it front and center, and we've seen those issues then spill into our communities, into our business districts. I would say that there is a much greater awareness of the issue and the consequences. I don't think we could say that we've all landed on the same solution.
Yeah, I've got to jump over to Councillor Nicol.
So, Ms. Ford, this is going to be a funny question. How long have you been working on this file?
Well, I worked on it a little bit when I worked in the community, but I've been with the city just over 3 years.
Yeah. So about 6 years ago, and this gets right to Councillor Paquette's question. 6 years ago, I asked for a process map. What happens when a person bumps into the system? What happens next? And that's not just the shelters issue. And I think we're being pretty hard on the shelters. I'm going to step up and say that. I think they're working with very imperfect systems here because I think it's very unclear as to what happens next. And do we have, Ms. Ford, a map, process map of what happens in every stage or the various stages when a client bumps into different parts of the system?
It's a very individual process, and I would, our colleagues at EPS often talk about the off-ramps. So every person's off-ramp is a different one. Some need supportive housing, some need institution care. So each one of the individuals that we're dealing with has a different path.
Yes,
the off-ramp.
Ms. Ford, you just went through several categories here of off-ramping, or however they want to say it. I just say, for example, when somebody needs to go get treatment, we heard from Jordan there, it can be up to 8 weeks. You know, that is a particular metric. If we were measuring things, that is probably unacceptable to most folks, right? Do you see what I'm trying to get at? If we map out the stages, or I think like this in terms of system, we map this out, then it's not just holding the shelters accountable, but it's AHS and it's all the other organizations that are dealing with this clientele. So I take it, Ms. Ford, if I asked today from start to finish, administration would have a difficult time understanding what the entire process looks like.
I think we know the process. However, there's a point in that process where there's a dead end. There is no treatment bed. There is no institutionalized care.
Well, but you see, there it is. You just identified it, right? And there it is. If it comes to the end, then we've identified a specific target to meet, to resource up, be it government. And to be quite honest, if the province isn't willing to step up, I think the fiduciary material responsibility is for us as politicians to go out there and get those resources from other sectors if we have to. But the fact is, we have an assessment of need. Does that not strike you as helpful?
So are you saying that we need a better assessment of who's in the system? Is that
a better assessment of the need that's coming out of the shelter system? So here we go again. Somebody comes to Boyle, and this person is in distress. This person gets triage. What happens next? And then this person, like we heard from Boyle, there's no place for them to go. And so how often does that happen? What is the impact, physically, monetarily, so on? And these are the sorts of questions that get to the nitty gritty and the specifics of trying to fill those gaps. That's a kind of a don't you think way of putting it, of course, but is it clear how many treatment beds are required and of what type, for example?
To be honest, we don't know. And one of the reasons that we don't know is that if we think of the shelter as a gateway to housing and treatment,
yes,
the information that the shelters collect is not shared widely across the system. So the agreement between the province of Alberta and the individual shelters, they may have that data, but it's not widely accessible to the rest of the system.
And maybe that's where it starts, right? Just a simple, you gotta share if we're gonna fix things. It just strikes me as almost, it's kind of tragic, actually, in a way. Okay, I'm still kind of unsure as to, we got to put a recommendation as to a business license or a permit, Mr. Chairman. So I don't know, what is committee's desire here?
Well, if you're asking if we should go with the recommendation, I would say, yeah, I'm happy to put it on the floor if no one else wants to.
I'm just unclear, Mr. Chairman, and you can jump right to Scott right away. Is it the business license or is it the permit? And they'll both be imperfect, but which one should we, to administration, which one should we start with? I
Okay,
know,
so I'll ask a question about that then. And, on behalf of Councillor Nicol, is it one or the other? Because my thought was, if we've got both tools, why wouldn't we use them both? So I'll just take my 5 minutes now, I guess, since we're in the red here. So that would be to administration.
Another option to the committee would be to certainly approve the standards as is in the recommendation, and let us action the steps that we had outlined in our presentation to connect with community, connect with the government, and to move the standard forward, and then report back to committee in a year, and not to execute on either of the municipal tools that are potentials, to see how much traction we can get with moving them forward. I think it's a big step approving the standard, which will really rally the community in the same direction. And embedded in that standard is a lot of action steps, and not to pursue those municipal tools which may not be particularly effective. But we would come back in a year and provide committee with a status report or an update, and then at that point, those two tools could be reconsidered.
Okay, so just some clarification here, because that was my reading of it, that neither tool is actually it could be called optimum in any way. But at the same time, we've got members of the community looking for some kind of movement and surety, and then we're also hearing that this would come back in a year, albeit with a whole bunch of background work being done. So if these standards are approved, how do we ensure that they're actually being followed?
Well, that would fall to administration, Councillor, and it's not going to be a black and white journey. Certainly are trying to, certainly the community agencies that are obviously critical to moving this forward have to engage, and they have been. And then we would be working with those shelter providers to determine how big that gap is and what it would take to move towards these shelters. Maybe I could ask Susan McGee to step in, just in terms of your perspective, Susan, on the municipal tools and how we can move forward on the new standard.
Certainly, I certainly have some thoughts on that. I think the adoption of the standards and then continued monitoring, having the work plan that's been laid out, and we will certainly support around gathering the information. Some of the first steps that, to provide that information does require a real shift in the data collection and reporting and what we're able to rely on, but also the kind of levers beyond the city's direct policy spaces are like we have for many of our contracts. We would be having conversations with funded organizations about the kind of standards that they are held accountable to in their specialized work, be it shelter or, in some cases other organizations are accredited in different spaces. And part of our contract conversations are about compliance and alignment. And so those become opportunities for us as a partner and the system planner to engage through our contracts with organizations around expectations. And it can help at least with identify levers and evaluate levers throughout the next year, coming back to council with, just an assessment of the hammer and the carrots kind of approach in terms of what's available to us to create change.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Yeah. And as frustrating it is, it has to be a work in progress as long as the mental health and health situation on our streets is not dealt with at the appropriate governmental level, which is obviously provincial. Okay. I got it. All right. So, so rather than choosing either of the options to move forward, the idea is to go forward with the recommendation, allow the work to play out as we learn further how organizations are going to implement these standards and where the fail points might be. I got that right?
Yeah, I think that's accurate, Councillor. Maybe ask Christina Hodgson from Law to weigh in.
Thank you. So just in terms of the municipal tools, both the permitting process and the business license process are actually almost identical processes. So I wouldn't sorry, Mr. Smythe?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So in terms of choosing which one is actually appropriate, I would suggest that it would take some time to understand what those gaps actually are at this point, to understand whether a brand new permitting process would be required to create a little bit more I guess, flexibility, whereas the business license process already exists, shelters are already licensed, and therefore maybe we can tack on to the process. So not knowing what the gaps are yet, I would suggest that it would probably be a good idea to wait.
Okay, makes sense. All right, I'm out of time. Councillor McKee?
Thank you, Chairman Paquette and Rob. We're all just jealous that we don't have special effects on our mic like you do. Very cool. Mr. O'Carr, you're sitting in on this. Put you on the spot here. Hope you had an opportunity to read the report. Was there anything in that report that would have surprised the Edmonton Police Service?
No, absolutely not. Administration did a great job of consulting with us. The points that needed to be hit in terms of 24/7, access 24/7, the humanization of this process, but ensuring that there's also long needed minimum standard. There'd be no surprises to the EPS. It's now just actioning it just so that we can ensure that we see results on the streets.
You got asked earlier about this, but I want to circle back to it. There are times when you're called to a shelter and someone needs psychiatric help. They have mental health. They're in a mental health crisis. And your officers take them perhaps to a city hospital, maybe even out to Alberta Hospital. I'm just wondering, how often do you know that is successful, that there's room at the inn and that your folks aren't tied up for hours and hours and hours in ER because of that?
Well, I wouldn't be able to tell you that they're not tied up for hours and hours and hours. That's not the most effective system. So as I said in my previous answer, I do think it's important that we do have spaces that are available for stabilization. Right now, what it is that we're doing is working within the parameters that we do have. We're looking at it from two angles. So I know that Jordan is here from Boyle Street, and with our help team, we are actually helping to navigate some of these folks to the appropriate services where they're available. But the other side is that there is an enforcement piece here that we need to be addressing. And I know you would have seen the alert newser back in July about the super lab that we were able to take down here in Edmonton, ensuring that we're addressing supply and organized crime for those who predate on our vulnerable citizens. So there are two components: ensuring that we can get folks to available services where needed to address the substance use disease, but also working on the organized crime that will be flooding the streets with these dangerous drugs.
Yep. You, I don't know if you've ever done an analysis on how much of the, I heard ones in the past, percentage of EPS work that is actually about dealing with, although I hear you, Councillor Paquette, dealing with social disorder. It's considerable how much of your budget goes to that.
Absolutely. Between mental health, addictions, what we're seeing, it's, I believe the number is 38% for things that end up getting included on that social disorder side. And there's absolutely an element of safety, as we are talking about. Like we hear the words of the Chinese Business Association, kind of what we're seeing there. Yeah. But it's also important that within what we have within the system, that we're able to align better and work hand in glove with our respective talents and our respective expertise to be able to address this as best as we can. And I believe that's in the direction that we're going. We're starting to kind of a coalition of the willing amongst our other service provider partners in moving in this direction.
Yeah, I don't know what messages you've been taking down to the province, but do you see some merit in in a Team Edmonton approach on that involving the business improvement areas, the community leagues, the police, social service agencies in the city of Edmonton with this report saying, first of all, I think we can do way better for these folks. And secondly, I suspect we'd save money. What are your thoughts on that?
I absolutely do see merit in a Team Edmonton approach and having this discussion in terms of balancing our system and ensuring that there are proper access, a suite of tools for those who need it, regardless of where they are within that recovery spectrum. So the more folks that are singing off the same song sheet regarding ensuring that there's access to stabilization or detox, access to harm reduction, access to the full suite, we absolutely do need to be speaking together in the same way. And I would assume that they would agree as well.
Yeah, and Mr. Smythe, just quickly, last question, do you see value in putting together a coalition involving those that I just mentioned, including the EPS, social services, BIAs, community leagues, so we can get a message down that I think is really credible and money saving in the long run for the province?
Certainly, Councillor. I think all those organizations that you've outlined, coalescing around a common position and then communicating those messages consistently would be ideal.
Okay. I mean, thank you very much. Thank you,
and
Mr.
Councillor, if I may, sorry, Kerry here. I think it'd be important that we would also do this to all levels of government, not just the province. Everyone needs to be singing on the same song sheet when it comes to addressing what we're seeing here in the city of Edmonton, especially with the acuity of what's taking place on the streets.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Smythe, to continue my analogy of putting up a piece of plywood or something, just trying to hold the cold weather out. It sounds to me what we're talking about, and don't get me wrong, it's wonderful, coalition willing, everything, but it sounds to me what we're talking about is that we've got cold air coming in the door. And we've got all of these people and all of these organizations and all of this effort scrambling around, trying to find toques and scarves and keep the floor and pipes from freezing and all of these, when really the solution in front of us is just fix the darn door. It just seems to me like it's a massive waste of effort and resources trying to deal with a very obvious and solvable problem. I guess my question is, just from a fiscal point of view, does it make more sense just to advocate with the province to deal with some of these issues? Very, very simple healthcare issues, or to have all of these organizations, all these people spinning their wheels constantly?
Councillor, from my perspective at this point in time, it's not either or. It really has to be both.
Well, we have to do both because we don't have the solution. We don't have the funding for mental health.
No, we don't. And I think we've got to do the full court press to bring that messaging forward collectively, that if we want to solve this in the long term and for generational solutions, we need to address it at its core, as committees talked to this afternoon.
I'm wondering, seems to me that this conversation maybe needs to go to council, and it needs to have some of that context. So I don't see any other questions on the board. I'm going to requisition. That takes us to the end of our items. And
excuse me, Mr. Chair, you would need a second councillor to requisition for it to immediately go
I need
up.
a seconder on that. Can I get a seconder on that? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
But I want to ask now I don't get to ask my question, Aaron.
I didn't see on the board. I was looking around.
Oh, it's my computer. Okay, I can ask him at council and
okay. Sorry about that, Councillor Nicol. I was trying to give everyone an opportunity to.
It's okay. We can't debate it anymore. It's over. We've got to go to council requisition.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, I don't see any notices of motion without customary notice, but I'll call for it because it would be now as the time to do that. No, not hearing any. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Really, really appreciate your time so much. Thank you.